The corridor of the Ben Pasteur orphanage smells like fatty tallow candles and damp wool, and even beneath that, there's a hint of something sour and rotting that no amount of incense on Sunday ever quite reaches. Sister Marguerite has walked this hallway hundreds of times. She knows which floorboards creak and the sound of the dormitory door makes when the wind comes through the gap at the bottom. And she even knows the difference between the silence of girls who are like literally sleeping and the silence of girls who are just pretending to sleep. But today, something is different. She stops before really knowing why until she hears it. A thud. Heavy, like weight on weight. It all happened so fast, and before her brain can really catch up, the screaming has started. Sister Marguerite moves swiftly, before even really knowing what she's running towards. She runs past the refectory and the row of wooden pegs where the girls hang their coats. And when she pushes through the dormitory door, she sees them. Girls everywhere, breathless, all talking at once. And in the middle of them is Christine Papin, 8 years old, and Sister Bernadette's fist is already locked around Christine's collar, pulling her off of the girl that's lying on the cold stone floor. "That one," the crowd of girls say, pointing to the puddle of human laying on the stone floor. "She pinches us until we bleed every day, anytime she feels like it, for a whole year." Sister Marguerite realizes it wasn't Christine that this crowd was afraid of, it's the girl on the floor. And that's the part she won't be able to shake later. Not the fight itself or the accused girl on the floor, and not even the year of quiet suffering nobody had said a word about, but rather what she saw right in front of her. A child who just got caught fighting should be panicking right now. This will certainly earn Christine the rod against her palms, in the refectory, in front of everyone for that little bit extra added bit of shame. The way it's always done. Maybe a night or two in the dark, cold dungeon. Maybe some stale bread underneath the door should straighten her right up. There's no saving Christine from her punishment. But Christine's eyes are steady, fixing on one thing. Her 6-year-old sister Léa, standing a few feet away, small and unhurt, gazing up at her big sister like she could do no wrong. Sister Marguerite follows that gaze back to Christine, and something she can't quite name moves through her. Sister Marguerite will write behavioral incident in the record, of course, but she will not write what she actually saw in Christine's eyes that day because she doesn't really have the words for it yet. Christine doesn't look like a girl who just did something naughty. She looks like a girl who just finished something. Not an 8-year-old child who lost control, but cool and calculated in her attempt at righting an injustice. This is part 1 of the Christine and Léa Papin story, the two sisters who found each other again after years apart, and who, once reunited, brutally murdered 2 women, they claimed, in self-defense. It's 1901 in the deep rural heart of Sarthe, France, and a somber and shy 26-year-old man named Gustave Papin is working alongside his father, Prosper Papin, about 21 kilometers away at a weaving workshop in Bret-les-Pins. They had a good relationship and the Papin family was close. In fact, later that night, mother, father, and Gustave Papin would sit in the common room together after dinner and talk about their day. But 2 very uncommon things were about to happen that night. 1, Gustave would make an announcement, and 2, he would fly into a violent rage. His parents have never seen Gustave like this before. He's animated, flushed, tripping over his words. This shy, somber man who has never given them a moment's trouble is suddenly ridiculous with love, hopelessly embarrassing, and completely gone over someone. And just the year before, on his 25th birthday, his own mother had told him, "Gustave, it's time. Find a nice woman. Settle down, start a family." Well, he found someone, and he told his parents her name. The Papin parents exchanged a look, not a happy one. So you know how in America there's a deep south? It's rural in ways that go way beyond just the geography. These are places where the same families have lived on the same land, sometimes in the same house, for hundreds of years. Everyone knows everyone, especially your personal business, and outsiders are regarded with suspicion. The opposite of New York, say. Well, France has one too. the deep France called La France Profonde, and the Department of Sarthe is in the heart of it. Imagine the opposite of everything Paris represents. No cafes, no couture, no avant-garde stuff, just land, church, family, and the particular kind of suffocation that comes from everyone knowing exactly who you are and exactly who your great-grandmother was. That's La France Profonde. And in 1901, it was home to roughly half the country. The same family names appear in the church registry generation after generation. The same plots of farmland passed down, the same feuds passed down, the same gossip passed down. Most people in Sarthe are born, live, and die within a few kilometers of the same stone cottage. And some family lines have lived in the very same house for hundreds of years. Now, in 1901, there were no cars. The train existed, but it doesn't reach everyone. But this isn't charming countryside. It's a place people get stuck in. And after a few generations of getting stuck, the villagers start to turn inward. In a place this sealed off, reputation isn't just social currency, it's a life sentence. You cannot outrun what people say about you here. There is nowhere to run to. And presiding over all of it is the church. In deep France, the priest isn't just a spiritual authority, he's social law. He decides who's respectable and who isn't. And a woman who isn't respectable in La France Profonde isn't just whispered about, she is effectively erased from decent society. No respectable family will associate with her, and certainly no respectable man will marry her. And Gustave Papin was right in the middle of it. Shy, somber, hopelessly in love, and his parents had just heard a name they recognized. Everyone in Sarthe knew the name Clémence Deret. To Gustave, Clémence was a gorgeous, charming woman working in a seed shop selling farming supplies to the locals. But Prosper Papin and his wife see nothing good in this union between their son and Clémence. They heard the rumors, just like everyone else. The headstrong, flighty Clémence in a habit of seducing every fellow in the village. And his parents, who love him and want good things for him, sit across from him and say very carefully, absolutely not. Furniture met walls, things that weren't meant to be thrown got thrown. And this shy, somber, quiet man who had never given his parents a moment's trouble in 25 years stood in the middle of their common room and told them in no uncertain terms he was going to marry Clémence Deret. And that was the end of it. And then Gustave drops a bomb. Clémence is pregnant. He shouts, in any case, within the next few months, our family is going to grow. You will no longer be able to oppose the marriage. In a village where everyone knows everything and the priest keeps score, this is a massive announcement with a ticking timer. Suddenly, his parents' feelings about Clémence are completely besides the point. Ready or not, she was about to become a Papin. And on October 3rd, 1901, both just 26-year-old and halfway through a pregnancy, Gustave and Clémence stood on the steps of a small church in Saint-Mars du Tilleul and made it official. Gustave got exactly what he fought for, and he would spend the rest of his life regretting it. Somewhere between the wedding and the birth of their first child, the rose-colored glasses came off, and what Gustave found underneath them was not the gentle, tender woman he had always imagined his wife would be. Clémence was commanding and authoritarian. Gustave told himself it was the pregnancy, that she was uncomfortable, and it wasn't really her. That once the baby came, things would settle. He was very wrong. On February 12, 1902, Amélie Clémence Papin was born, 4.5 months after the wedding. In a village where everyone counted everything, church attendance, harvest yields, and apparently months, nobody was confused about what that meant. The math was simple and conclusion obvious. And given what everyone already knew about Clémence and her particular habits before the marriage, well, the village had opinions about who Amelia's biological father actually was. Whether Gustave shared these opinions is unclear. Maybe he knew and loved her anyway. Maybe he refused to know. Maybe in the fog of being that hopelessly in love with someone, the question never quite formed clearly enough to answer. But here's what we do know. Gustave Papin looked at Amelia and claimed her as his own, biological or not. Clémence looked at her and felt nothing. No maternal warmth or instinct, no softening toward or interest in her own child. The baby arrived and Clémence remained exactly who she had always been, as though the child was simply another thing that had happened to her. Another inconvenience in a life full of them. 1904, 2 years into the marriage, Gustave Papin is sitting in front of a cafe in the town square of Saint-Mars with a drink in front of him that is certainly not his first. His hand hurts, but his pride hurts more, because Gustave had a suspicion. His new boss at the fertilizer depot was having an affair with his wife. And not just any boss, this was the same boss from the seed shop Clémence had worked at before they married. The same man she had known long before Gustave ever entered the picture. And Gustave had walked himself right into it by taking that job. Because once he was there every day, it was impossible to miss. His boss sought Clémence out, and she welcomed the attention. And Gustave had to stand there and watch. So before saying anything, he watched. He tracked his boss's movements, noted when he left early, noticed when Clémence was vague about her day. He was looking for something concrete, a letter, a lie that didn't add up, a moment he could point to and say, there, that's proof. And he found nothing he could prove. But finding nothing and feeling nothing are two very different things. And Gustave's gut was screaming. So eventually he stopped watching and started talking directly to his boss's face. What followed was not a conversation, it was a fist fight. And so here he is, in the corner of the cafe, holding a drink in his throbbing hand, and a man who burned down every relationship he had to marry a woman who has never once looked at him the way she looks at other men. So he does what men in impossible situations have always done. He makes a plan. He decides that the three of them will move to a new village for a fresh start, away from the boss, and hopefully away from the gossip. If he can just get Clémence somewhere she knows nobody, somewhere her past can't follow her, maybe she'll finally turn towards him. He was, after all, still madly in love with her. Maybe without all of it, she'll become the woman he always believed she could be. It was the kind of plan that makes perfect sense after enough drinks. And true to his word, in July 1904, he secures a job at a sawmill in the small village of Margenay, about 56 miles from St. Mars. Fair enough. And he does all of this before saying a single word to his wife. It made a certain kind of sense. His sister Isabelle lived in Margenay, and they were close. There would be family and support. There would be none of whatever was happening back at the seed shop. And then the time comes for him to tell Clémence. He doesn't ask. The deed is done. But he does tell her and that they have 1 month to pack everything up and close the door on St. Mars and everything in it. And Gustave, this shy, battered, quietly hopeful man, looks at his wife and says, "We'll be happier there than staying here in the village." Heartbreakingly, I think he really believed that. It would be an understatement to say that Clémence did not take the news well. She exploded into something even colder and more frightening. She flailed, raged, and then said, "You've lost your mind. Never. Do you hear me? I will never leave St. Mars. I'd sooner kill myself than leave." Notice she doesn't say, "I'd rather leave you," or "I'd rather take the children and go." She claims she'd rather end her life than move. 56 miles away from a village she spent her life scandalizing. Which raises a question Gustave was probably too hurt to ask out loud. What exactly was keeping Clémence so firmly rooted in St. Mars? Because it wasn't her marriage or their child. And that one sentence, louder than any confession and clearer than anything Gustave had failed to find during those weeks of quiet surveillance, he realized his suspicions were true. Clémence would rather die than leave the man she actually wanted. But in the same breath, that Clémence threatened to take her own life rather than leave St. Mars. She was also quietly considering divorce. The self-exit threat wasn't really despair, it was a calculation, a woman who had spent her whole life knowing exactly which lever to pull and pulling it. She wasn't done either. The words kept coming, wild, uncontrollable, her gestures flailing and enormous. Gustave stood there and watched his wife, for all her faults, become someone he didn't recognize. Her face contorted, her body shook, and at the corners of her lips, something that looked almost like foam. In this rage, Clémence suddenly turned pale, nauseous, and faint. That had been happening a lot lately, and a nagging suspicion overcame her. It wouldn't be long before she learned she was pregnant with her second child. And just like that, divorce was no longer a real option. Who was going to take on an already pregnant woman with, in all likelihood, another man's child already at home? Nobody, that's who. Clémence Papin was out of leverage, and she knew it. And so she packed up her things, took her little Amelia by the hand, and moved to Margenay. Not because she wanted to, but because for the first time in her life, Clémence had no other move left. At least, not until she was done being pregnant. The accommodation waiting for them was a single room. One room for a man, a pregnant woman, and a toddler. The walls wept dampness, and the smell was the first thing that hit you when you walked through the door. It was stifling and thick, and it settles into your clothes and your hair and your skin, and you really can't wash it off. But Clémence had a plan. She only had to deal with this during the pregnancy. Once the baby came in the spring, she could finally leave. While Clémence counted down the days, Gustave worked hard at the sawmill. He was good at it. His employer had no complaints and in fact praised his diligence. A hard, quiet, reliable man who showed up and did what was asked of him. In the sawmill, at least, he knew exactly who he was and what was expected of him. And in the evenings, he came home to a wife who didn't want him, and a room that smelled of mildew and mold, and he loved his little daughter Amelia anyway. But he had a dream. He wished that the child his wife was carrying was a boy, someone he could bring to the sawmill one day, let him breathe in that warm, acrid smell of fresh wood shavings, and show him how things were made. The simple inheritance of a working man, a trade, smell, pair of hands, and knew what to do with themselves. But the baby that arrived on March 8th, 1905 was not a boy. It was a girl named Christine. And Clémence, who had shown precisely no maternal warmth toward Amelia in 2.5 years, was not about to discover it now. From the moment Christine arrived, Clémence complained about the fatigue and the screaming infant in the damp, musty room with 2.5-year-old Amelia underfoot. It was all too much, and that makes sense. But Clémence had one desire, and she was not quiet about it. She wanted to be rid of the youngest one. This baby she had carried for 9 months, this girl who had not asked to have been born into this room or this marriage or this life. Clémence wanted her gone. And it was Gustave, exhausted, desperate, willing to try anything to bring peace back into that damp, stinking room, who offered the solution. "If it will make your life easier," he told her, "if it will bring back your smile, we'll give her to my sister Isabel. I'm certain she would be delighted to raise the little one." He was trying to save his marriage, again, offering up his own daughter like a peace offering to a woman who had never once offered him anything in return. Clémence didn't hesitate for a moment. For once, she thought to herself, my husband actually has a good idea. Not "this breaks my heart" or "are we sure?" Not even a moment's pause for the infant girl in the next room who would grow up never knowing why her mother didn't want her. Christine Papin was given away at barely a month old, before she was even old enough to remember being wanted. But if she had to be given to anyone, Isabel was the right person. Gustave's sister understood something about being handed off. She and Gustave had grown up in Sarthe, children of a mother so worn down by life that the sadness had become part of her face. Their mother had carried 13 children, and only 4 survived. And Isabel, like so many girls born into that kind of poverty in the France Profonde, had been placed into service young. In exchange for generous wages, the Papin family hadn't hesitated long before sending her to work for an elderly woman named Madame des Ailes, 75 years old and no longer able to manage the tasks of daily life. Isabel stayed in that job for nearly 15 years, never a complaint or problem. And when Madame died, her son did something unexpected. He gave Isabel furniture, linens from the estate, and the tenancy of 2 rooms inside his mother's house. Just like that, at 28 years old, Isabel Papin had something almost nobody in her world had: security. So to make her meager ends meet, she took in sewing work for a large department store and picked up Sunday shifts at the hotel the son had inherited. It wasn't glamorous, but it was hers. And yet, even though with all of it, the rooms, the steady work, the small, careful life she built, there was one thing Isabel never had stopped wanting: a child. Not a husband, though. Men, in her experience, had been nothing but problems. The idea of romantic love was gone, and the warmth of a shared home carried too many painful memories. But a child? That particular wanting had never left her. It lived somewhere deep and persistent in her, a desire for motherhood that no amount of practicality had managed to extinguish. And then her brother called. He had a baby girl who needed someone to take care of her. The allowance Gustave paid was meager, but Isabel wasn't doing it for the money. She gave Christine fine clothes and entire Thursdays of nothing but each other's company. Walks in open air, needlework side by side, the small unhurried joys of 2 people who had chosen each other. No outsiders or disruptions, just the 2 of them in their quiet routines. And then on Sundays each week, Isabel would bring Christine to help at the hotel restaurant owned by the des Ailes, the son of the elderly woman Isabel had spent 15 years caring for. He and his wife had never had children of their own, and the moment Christine walked through the door, something in them simply opened up. They welcomed her like a queen, threw themselves into the role of what Christine would come to know as her Sunday parents, attentive to her health, her progress, her games, her manners, praising her and delighting in her, watching her grow up right in front of them week after week. For a little girl whose own mother had handed her away without blinking, this was everything. After Sunday lunch, Madame would take Christine into her private room, just the two of them, and they wouldn't emerge until late in the afternoon. The documents are very careful to note that Isabel saw nothing wrong with this, and that Christine had never complained. Isabel claimed the child felt completely at ease, and so she never questioned it, which is probably true, but it is worth pausing on for just a moment. A wealthy older woman with no children of her own completely fixated on this particular little girl? A private room with hours behind it? Maybe everything was fine. Christine never said otherwise, but she was also under 7 years old during the time she lived with Isabel. A child who had learned very early that the people who kept her, she needed to please. And Christine had also been taught from the very beginning that the people who took care of her were good people, that you obeyed and you didn't make things complicated. You earned people's regard and asked nothing in return. Who taught her that? Isabel did. The person she loved most in the world and had taken her in, clothed her, walked with her on Thursdays, and brought her to Sunday lunches and let her be somebody's little queen for a day. And one afternoon, Isabel looked at this little girl who worshipped her and told her exactly how the world worked. She said, "You see, my dear, the DeSales really are good people. Their wealth hasn't made them bad. All you have to do is obey. Be docile, be helpful, and you're all set. You earn their regard, and that is priceless. It really isn't complicated. What more could you ask for? Take it from me. We servants are the happiest people of all." And there was one more thing Isabel passed on to Christine. Men were not to be trusted. Keep your distance and your guard up, which honestly, fair. Look at the men in Isabel's life. Look at the men in Christine's life. The evidence was not exactly overwhelming in their favor. We don't know exactly what happened to Isabel. She never clearly said. But you don't develop that particular kind of unshakable, bone-deep mistrust of an entire gender from nothing. Something scared her and left a mark deep enough that years later she was still making sure the little girl she loved most in the world would never have to feel it too. And I think Isabel meant well. This wasn't control or bitterness being passed down like a bad inheritance. This was a woman who had been hurt and who had quietly rebuilt herself around that hurt, and who looked at Christine and thought, not her, not if I can help it. She was trying to protect her, I think. And Christine hung on her aunt's every word and believed her. Why wouldn't she? This was the woman who had wanted her when nobody else did. The woman who had built a whole life out of exactly what she described. Service, obedience, earned regard, and it had worked. Isabel had 2 rooms, steady work, Sunday lunches, a little girl she loved. The system had been good to her. What Isabel didn't know, couldn't have known really, was that she was actually handing Christine in that moment. Not wisdom or protection, a blueprint for her own erasure, that her highest purpose was to make herself useful to people and disappear into the background. And into this quiet, carefully tended life, her parents came occasionally to visit. Clémence visited rarely enough that the visits were notable simply because it didn't really happen. She would show up, barely give Christine attention, and then leave. Isabel didn't take offense. I mean, she understood exactly who Clémence was. And Gustave visited, but he left basically feeling horribly guilty every time. The weight of what he had agreed to follow him out the door and home again. Home to Amelia, who looked just like her mother, but carried an air of gentleness and grace that Clémence never had. He gave Amelia nothing but kindness and attentiveness, and somehow that only amplified Christine's absence. Having one daughter thriving under his care made the other one's distance impossible to ignore. In his mind, there was nothing he could do about it now, except love Christine from a distance and feel the specific, particular guilt of a man who gave away something irreplaceable and knew it. Gustave had always told himself it was temporary, a practical solution to a difficult moment. And then things did improve. Shouting and arguments had become less frequent since Clémence adopted this haughty glacial air towards her husband. Sure, he's depressed by the day and he's drinking nonstop, but he earned a raise and obtained larger living quarters. He had a proposal for his wife. They could bring Christine back now. They had the room and now the money. They could be a complete family again. But Clémence wouldn't even consider it. It was out of the question for her because Gustave still hadn't understood something about his wife. All these years, Clémence wasn't waiting for conditions to improve so she could be a better mother. She was waiting for conditions to improve so she could stop being a mother altogether. She had a vision for her life, a comfortable one, lower middle class ease, enough money in her pocket, nobody pulling at her sleeve, and children? Demanding, inconvenient, relentless children? had no place in that vision, and it never had. So instead of bringing Christine home, Clémence started shedding her obligations one at a time. She got a job as a grocer and earned her own money. And look, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. A woman wanting financial independence in 1905 France? I mean, genuinely good for her. Gustave could feed himself. Also better than fine. Marriages should be equal, and he's a big boy. Amelia was old enough for the school canteen, sure. Teaching children independence is healthy. And Christine? Well, I mean, Christine was already taken care of, wasn't she, by Isabel? But none of this was about an independent woman or raising self-sufficient children. Clémence told us exactly what it was about it in her own words. I'll finally be able to treat myself. Not her children or her family, but herself. Every obligation she shed, every responsibility she quietly set down wasn't liberation. It was Clémence doing what Clémence had always done, removing whatever stood between her and the feckless life she actually wanted. And her children were in the way. And so the two sisters grew up in the same small town of Marigny, close enough to cross paths, far enough to understand even at that age that their lives were being lived on different terms. Christine, although younger and given away, was somehow the one who moved through the town with the most open heart. If she caught a glimpse of Amelia in the schoolyard, she would break away from whatever she was doing and run to her, just to say hello and give her a little kiss. And then, because she was that kind of child, she would keep going, down to the sawmill to find her father, who would look up from his work with that bowed, guilty expression he always carried when he saw her. A kiss for him, too. And then she would even go over to the grocer, where Clémence worked, and give her a kiss as well. It's endlessly, heartbreakingly open to people who have given her every reason not to be. And then Christine would turn around and run back to Isabel's house, the only place that had ever really been her home. August 1910. It's an intoxicating summer evening, and Christine, 5 years old now, is out with her Aunt Isabel enjoying the town's final festivity of the season. The lanterns are being lit at dusk. Everyone is drinking red wine and dancing to the music. It's the kind of night that smells like summer ending, warm and sweet and slightly melancholy all at once. Isabel and Christine never missed it, and 5-year-old Christine is right where she loves to be, close to her aunt, safe, part of something familiar, warm, alive, and flickering with light. And then the crowd shifts, and Christine sees her mother, Clémence. She's dancing. It's not unusual, but she isn't dancing with her father, Gustave. She's dancing with a strange man. Christine doesn't recognize him. And they're not dancing like friends might dance. They're dancing the way a 5-year-old child who doesn't really have the words for it yet understands immediately is wrong. And then came the whispers. Because in this town, in La France Profonde, there were always whispers. A disgrace, a woman with loose morals, words a 5-year-old shouldn't have to learn in reference to her own mother. And we can understand why the community said those things. Clémence had never exactly hidden her behavior. She had never seemed particularly concerned with who was watching or what conclusions they were drawing. But there is something important to sit with here that has nothing to do with whether the community was right or wrong. A 5-year-old child heard those words about her mother in public, surrounded by lanterns and music and the entire town. Children don't separate those words from themselves. At 5 years old, a mother isn't a separate person. She's part of you. And what people say about her is in some way about you, about where you come from and about what you're made of. There's no version of that doesn't leave a mark. And then it got worse. Because somewhere in the crowd that night, Gustave saw what Christine saw, and he came barreling through the dancing crowd like something had finally snapped loose in him. All the drinks and the cafes and the suspicions, all these years of loving a woman who just looked right through him, it came pouring out the moment he saw this other man. He got in his wife's face and he spewed rage and fury, and then he got in the other man's face and they had a violent brawl. Christine screamed, but nobody came to comfort her. I don't know where Isabel was. Maybe she stepped away for a moment, but a 5-year-old little girl, just imagine it, standing there screaming because she's scared. She doesn't understand what she's seeing, and everyone's ignoring her. Just weeks ago, she had been in Isabella's quiet rooms, learning needlework, being somebody's little queen on a Sunday afternoon. And now here she was watching her parents tear each other apart in public while everyone looked. The gentle world her aunt had built around her had shattered, and Christine was beginning to understand that it had always been made of glass. But Gustave files this incident away as a bad memory, a terrible night, meaning he forgives her. He's still desperately in love with her after all, and so it made it easy to forgive her. And he claimed that Clémence was in his blood. But let's not confuse that with romantic love, okay? He's rather describing something he can't remove, something that has become biological to him. You can't get blood out of your veins by simply deciding to, and that's the trap. He knows she's destroying him, and he cannot stop wanting her anyway, and I think Clémence knew that. But if Gustave could forgive Clémence, and he always could and would, the town was a different matter entirely, because the people had seen enough. Clémence paraded her affairs through the streets. Gustave exploded publicly in response, so these two adults making their private life catastrophic made it everyone else's problem. This La France Profonde had a long memory and a low tolerance for people who would taint the social water. This was a situation of two people who'd been destroying each other, and everyone around them for years had finally had enough of it. The verdict from the townspeople was simple: leave. And so they pack up the mess of their own making again. Clémence's uncle René found them a place to stay in Le Mans, about 30 kilometers north of the town. Still, Sarthe and La France Profonde in the technical sense, but was a different creature entirely. It was a real city with wide streets, more faces, and more noise. Enough people that you could quite possibly blend in, become anonymous, or someone new entirely. Clémence didn't fight this move like she had the previous time, because she had actually been dreaming of this for 8 years, back when she was first married in that damp single room with the baby she didn't want and a husband she couldn't stand. She used to think about the city and stepping out into the afternoon, elegantly dressed, unhurried, and heading somewhere that required gloves and good shoes. She saw how the women who did this didn't have to stop and apologize for existing. That's what she wanted, and that's fair. But it was out of reach for her. And now, after 8 years of everything she felt she was dealing with, she could move there. But she would be thoroughly disappointed, because the home her uncle René had found for them was not the Le Mans Clémence had imagined. There would be no afternoon teas or elegant gloves. They were on a narrow street lined with squalid buildings and lived in an attic that was furnished with nothing but bare essentials. It was dirty and dark. The reality kind of hit her in the face. So she says to Gustave, "Can't you see we should have just come, the two of us, and left Amelia to breathe the fresh air of Margenay? Just immediately, reflexively, the children. Leave them somewhere else so that whatever vision of life that Clémence was chasing could be chased without the inconvenience of the people she had brought into the world." And Gustave responds with this: "Clémence, you know I can't do without our daughter. I've been working as a day laborer at the cardboard mill down on the quay. As soon as we're saved up a bit, we'll find something better, I promise you. Just another promise, another fresh start just around the corner, another version of the same speech. Just hold on, wait, trust me, it gets better." And somehow, in the middle of all this, Gustave decided what this marriage needed, drumroll, was another baby. Surely this time would be different, and a new child would soften her. Surely this would be the time that finally made Clémence turn toward him instead of away. Gustave Papin, the insane eternal optimist, absolute disaster. And Clémence seemed to accept that her pregnancies served to quell their perpetual marital conflicts. Léa Isabelle Papin was born September 15th, 1911. She was the last of Clémence's babies, but she was no more wanted than the previous two. And if anyone was holding out hope that the new baby might soften something in this household, it didn't. Shocking. If anything, the dynamics had grown darker, more tangled, more toxic in ways that were becoming harder to look at directly. Because something was shifting with Gustave. His attention and affection, it was turning increasingly toward Amelia, and Clémence noticed. She couldn't stop noticing. She would say with an edge in her voice, "What's gotten into Gustave? It's simply unbelievable how much he loves the little one." And here is where the story gets complicated, because Amelia, by all accounts, was a gentle and empathetic child, the spitting image of her mother, but with none of the coldness. And given that Gustave was, at this point, a man drowning in a loveless marriage, in debt, in disappointment, it makes a certain kind of sense that he leaned into the comfort his daughter offered. But Clémence's account of what that comfort looked like went much further than that. She claimed Gustave was sexually abusing Amelia. And this is where I want to be careful, because we have to look at who is making this claim and what they have shown us about themselves. Clémence did not say, "My husband is a monster. I am taking my daughter and we are leaving." What she said was closer to the language of jealousy, with the perspective that her daughter seduced her own father. And I'm not saying abuse didn't happen. I'm saying we have one source for this claim, a woman who has lied, manipulated, and calculated her way through every difficult moment we have watched her navigate. A woman who, when her husband's attention landed somewhere other than her, even on their own daughter, could not tolerate it. And there's one more thing worth considering. In 1912 France, a woman did not simply leave her husband, not without consequence or scandal. A woman who walked away from her marriage because she was unhappy, conducting affairs for years, or because she had never wanted any of it in the first place, that woman was finished, socially. But a woman leaving an abusive husband, a woman protecting her children from a monster, that woman was sympathetic, reasonable, and could hold her head up in Le Mans and not have the door shut in her face. And get this, in 20th century France, the framework for divorce was fault-based, meaning whoever was the cause of the separation would get less support. And this fault-based divorce system didn't change until 1975. Clémence had been trying to find her way out of this marriage for over a decade, and suddenly, right after Léa's birth, right when she needed an exit most, she had one, a clean one that made her the victim instead of the villain. How convenient. We will never know the full truth of what happened in that attic room, but we know what these people have shown us, and that tells us something about what their motives might have been and what the truth might actually be. So it was right after Léa is born that Clémence decides she is going to divorce Gustave. She has the alleged excuse of abuse already, check. It would be filed under Gustave's fault. She just needed the sympathy of the court too, and she would do that by using her children. May 1912, and Clémence pulls Christine from Isabelle's care. And not because, in my opinion, she wanted Christine or because she had suddenly discovered some dormant maternal instinct, but because a woman fighting for divorce in 1912 France could not have her child living with her husband's family. She needed to look like a mother, on paper, who has her children in her care at all times. Plus, the more children were in her care and custody was more financial support she would receive from Gustave. I am convinced that Clémence pulled Christine from Isabelle's because she was worth more money in the courtroom. Christine never spoke about the day she was taken from Isabelle's house, but we don't know what she was told or how it was explained to her or whether anyone explained it at all. We just know that a 7-year-old girl who had spent her entire life in one safe and loving home was taken out of it. And we know she never talked about it, which tells you everything you need to know about what that day cost her, and added to the selfish list of things Clémence was willing to do to get to her bottom line. And it worked. November 1912, legal aid was given to her. And on May 14th, 1913, the judgment was handed down. Clémence Papin was awarded custody and financial support for all 3 of her children. She had constructed a perfect case out of an abuse allegation, 3 children she didn't want, and a legal system that rewarded her for having them. The state paid, Gustave paid, and those 3 beautiful daughters paid the most. Clémence got what she wanted. Freedom from Gustave, financial support from the court, and the moral standing of a wronged woman. Now she just had 3 children to deal with. She had already used them for everything they were worth in that courtroom, and the monthly support payments would keep coming regardless of where the children actually were. So there was no financial reason to keep them close either. Raising them had never been on Clémence's list of intentions, not when they were born, not when she handed them away one by one, and certainly not now. What had not been done in their earliest years was not suddenly going to happen simply because their father was no longer around to share the inconvenience. Clémence had 3 children and a fresh start, and those 2 things were incompatible. So she did what Clémence always did. She got rid of them. For the life of me, I cannot say why Clémence didn't just give Christine back to Isabelle. It would have cost her nothing. Isabelle wanted her. Tell me below, do you think that's exactly why she didn't return Christine to her? Because she was part of Gustave's family and she was wanted? She wanted to punish her daughter for simply being born and taking away any semblance of love? Maybe we wouldn't be here talking about this family today had she just been given back to Isabelle to live out the rest of her life in love and stability. But that's just not what happened. Clémence sent Amelia, age 11 now, and Christine, age 8, to Le Bon Pasteur. At that time, Le Bon Pasteur was run by nuns. They took in rebellious girls, juvenile delinquents, and abandoned children. The institution thus served as a reform school, but it most certainly was not a school. The people of Le Mans did not hold it in high regard. The severity of its rules and the punishments inflicted upon the residents were known far and wide beyond the city limits. It was, so the saying went, nothing less than a penal colony for children. Clémence knew full well that her daughters would suffer there. Parents even used it as a threat. If you aren't good, we'll send you to Le Bon Pasteur. And for the children of Le Mans, there was no worse thing that you could say to them. From the outside, the building is dismal and gray. And from the inside, it's even worse. Long gray corridors that go nowhere. An enormous refectory that echoes. Dormitories so cold you can see your breath, and a silence so heavy it has weight, broken only by the creaking of doors, the drone of hymns, and the sharp reprimands of nuns who had never been gentle. The two sisters only had each other to lean on. Christine was falling apart in ways that were hard to watch. In class, during recitations, panic would seize her completely. Her mind would go blank, her body rigid, and everything Isabelle had taught her about being calm and capable evaporated the moment a nun's eyes landed on her. She had no aptitude for her studies, no intellectual refuge to retreat to. And the threat of a beating, which at Le Bon Pasteur was not an idle threat, left her utterly shattered. Amelia stepped in whenever she could, soothing her with words in the dormitory, a hand on the arm in the refectory, a defiant stare at whoever was making Christine's life smaller that day. The age gap meant they were separated in the classroom with different lessons and different schedules. But the moment they were in the same room again, Amelia made herself known. She had a presence that even the nuns couldn't ignore. Formidable, slightly mischievous, and utterly unbreakable. The other boarders had a saying about her. Amelia is hard as stone, ready to weather any storm. Christine was not as hard as stone, not even kind of, but she was not entirely without fight either. One afternoon, for no apparent reason that anyone could see, she launched herself onto another girl's back. It took a firm hand to pull her off, and Christine herself seemed almost surprised by what her body had done, by the force she hadn't known she even possessed. When the witnesses were summoned before the Mother Superior, they said, "She may have thrown herself at her, but you have to understand, that girl has been terrorizing us for a year. Every chance she gets, she pinches us until we bleed." Christine had not snapped, she had waited. And when she moved for everyone. Little baby toddler Léa was first placed with Clémence's grandfather's sister for a short period of time. Then she was given to Clémence's brother. He lived near, and although he was in poor health and worn down with depression, he visited little Léa every day since her birth and cared about the darling girl. Outside the walls of Les Bon Pasteur, the world was becoming even darker. In July 1914, a young man named Gavrilo Princip shot and assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand of Austria in Sarajevo, which is the capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina, along the coastline of the Mediterranean Sea. Franz Ferdinand was essentially the crown prince of one of the most powerful empires in Europe. Killing him was like assassinating the future king. And he was killed because Bosnian Serbs didn't want to be part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. And because European countries had alliances, it essentially pulled an entire continent into war practically overnight. And within weeks, almost every major power in Europe was at war because of a chain reaction nobody could stop. And France wasn't just in the war or part of the war. The war came to France's front door because France and Germany had hated each other for decades. Germany had humiliated France in a war in 1870 and taken French territory. So France had been waiting patiently for a rematch. And when the alliance system pulled everyone in, France and Germany ended up on the opposite sides of the fight. And Germany's plan was to march straight through Belgium into France and knock them out fast. France mobilized over 8 million men to fight this war, and the rumors of it spread to Les Bon Pasteur. They, along with the rest of Europe, said prayers and burned candles for the men at war. and 2 little Papin girls laid in a freezing dormitory night after night and wondered the same thing. Would their father make it home alive? Amelia confided her grief to the Mother Superior, and she tells Amelia, "My daughter, for the salvation of your father's soul, nothing remains to you but prayer." So she prays, and Christine tells a multitude of rosaries. Telling a rosary means you recite a sequence of prayers while moving through a string of rosary beads. Telling a multitude of rosaries means Christine was praying like obsessively. And although it makes sense because everyone was praying for the men at the front, it also was a way to manage extreme anxiety and possibly other psychological conditions that she may have been suffering. And she learned it from Amelia, who was doing the same thing. Repeated actions that give the illusion of control when everything feels out of control. Christine watched Amelia very carefully, how she moved through a hostile world and how she stepped in front of something smaller and more frightened than herself and made it feel less alone. Christine was learning how to be a big sister. I think this is important to note for later. France would suffer a catastrophic loss of over 1 million military deaths and millions more wounded. On one day alone, 27,000 men died. And as news slowly made its way into the departments of France, women began to mourn their husbands and sons daily. And kind of oddly, no one really knows what happened to Gustave. Some accounts say he kept his distance after Clémence's accusations against him. Other references say he disappeared after the start of the war. I think both are possible options, but with no record of death or survival, the most likely answer is the simplest one. France lost 1.4 million men in that war. Most of them working class, and many of them from places exactly like Sarthe, many of them in unmarked graves that nobody ever came back to find. It's 1918, and 4 years into the 6-year war, something else happens. Clémence's brother, the one caring for little Léa, has taken his own life. Now, the war had pushed many people to the edge of what they could bear. So, in isolation, this might read as a tragedy of the times, but I want you to hold it alongside everything else we already know about this family. Clémence, volatile, manipulative, constitutionally incapable of basic human warmth. There was also her cousin who was committed to an asylum, and now a brother dead by his own hand. This is a family with a mental health history, a real one, documented and undeniable. And when you think about what's coming, what Christine will eventually do, and what will happen to her mind in that prison cell, I don't think it's a stretch to connect those dots. For now, Léa is without a home, and Clémence, faced with a traumatized child who has just lost the only consistent present in her life, makes a decision. She placed 7-year-old Léa away from her sisters with the Sisters of St. Charles in Le Mans, because you know what they say, first they isolate, then they control. As Léa moves into a different institution from her sisters, 16-year-old Amelia makes a big decision by taking the veil, assuming the name Sister Marie. Taking the veil means she becomes a nun by entering a convent and committing her life to religious service. Effectively, she was choosing a new life and one that did not include any member of her biological family. For Amelia, given what her family had put her through, this severance reads less like a religious obligation and more like the most rational decision she's ever made. But of course, Christine is devastated. And I don't know, but I imagine she is reliving abandonment trauma. And their mother, Clémence, is in shock. In one rageful letter to her cousins, she said, "When Amelia gets an idea into her head, there's simply no reasoning with her. I have no choice but to give in, though it fills me with bitter regret. For me, it feels as if I were carrying my own daughter to her grave, like a child abduction, yet such an abduction, insofar as it is carried out in the name of God, does not hold the same place, the same value, or the same significance as a criminal abduction. When the abduction is divine, it is acceptable, at least under certain conditions." You see, Amelia's choice to become a nun would ruin Clémence's plan. Le Bon Pasteur wasn't just a place to dump her inconvenient children. Looking at it now with everything we know about Clémence, it was actually quite calculated. First and most obviously, it got rid of them cleanly without the mess of actually abandoning them entirely. She still had legal custody and was still technically their mother. The cord of control remained intact even as she handed them to an institution and walked away. Second, Le Bon Pasteur was known for being cold, rigid, and punishing, and Clémence knew that, and she chose it anyway. I think, for the children, she blamed for the life she never got to have. But third, Le Bon Pasteur trained its residents in domestic arts, housekeeping, cooking, and sewing. Clémence wasn't just warehousing her daughters, she was having them professionally trained in domestic service for free, so that when they were old enough to work, she could pull them out and place them in households across Le Mans to collect their wages. And it worked. For two of her daughters anyway, Amelia took the veil and slipped right through Clémence's fingers, which you can imagine did not go over well for a woman who had spent years engineering exactly this outcome. 3 daughters, 3 incomes, 0 effort. Clémence would never have to work another day in her life. She had simply outsourced the labor of her own survival to the children she had never really wanted in the first place, extracting from them financially what she had never been willing to give them emotionally. She had given them nothing and she intended to take everything. So Amelia becomes a nun and Clémence panics, because if one daughter could be swallowed up by religious devotion inside Le Bon Pasteur walls, what was to stop the other 2 from doing the same? The very institution she had chosen to train her daughters for domestic service had turned around and stolen one of them for God instead. And Clémence could not afford to lose another one. After Amelia entered religious life, she reportedly was never heard from again, which was not uncommon. Many women who took the veil in early 20th century France disappeared into their orders completely. The convent became their entire world, their sisters in faith replacing their sisters in blood. And to be fair, Clémence was right to worry. Christine, now 13 years old, announced she too wanted to become a nun and intend to follow Amelia in the same footsteps. Was it a real spiritual calling? Entirely possible, in that Le Bon Pasteur was a deeply Catholic environment, and prayer had been Christine's coping mechanism since those freezing dormitory nights during the war. Faith may have genuinely taken root in her, but the other possibility is that she held the fear of losing another person. Look at her life so far. Every single person Christine had ever attached herself to had either left or been ripped away. And here was a path that kept her close to the one person who had made Le Bon Pasteur survivable, a way to not be left behind again. For a girl who had experienced that much loss before her teenage years, the convent wasn't necessarily about God, I think. It may have been about not being alone. We'll never really know, but I wonder if even Christine herself knew. But Clémence had a heads up this time, which made all the difference. With Amelia, the deed was already done by the time Clémence found out, and Catholic canon law protected her decision. But Christine was 13 years old, and under Catholic canon law, a girl couldn't make that choice until she was 16 years old, which gave Clémence a window. Whether Christine told her mother directly or Clémence found out another way, we don't really know, but Clémence wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. She didn't need to rush, though. She just needed to get Christine out before she turned 16. And the moment Christine turned 15 in 1920, Clémence pulled her out of Le Bon Pasteur and placed her into domestic service. She was alone now, properly and completely alone. For the first time in her life, she didn't even have a sister. The fruits of her labor can now begin at the home of Mr. Poirier at the bourgeois home on Boulevard Négrier. Clémence collected her daughter's entire wages, and only a small sum was handed back to Christine for her personal purchases. And this next part really breaks my heart. Christine's first placement was with the Poirier family. Reportedly wasn't bad. There was no cruelty or particular hardship. But Christine ran away. Repeatedly. Not from mistreatment or danger, she ran back to the convent where Amelia was, which I think tells you not just about her bond and dependence on that relationship in a sea of disorderly attachments, but that Le Bon Pasteur, that cold, punishing, gray institution that the children of Le Mans were threatened with as the worst possible fate, that was the only consistent thing Christine ever had known. As horrible as it was for her to run back to something like that, it was stable and familiar. But working conditions are harsh with no real rest, let alone vacation. And although all of it, unheated rooms, the 6 a.m. starts, the freezing air, the fires that needed feeding before the rest of the house got up, Christine never complained and always obeyed instructions. She diligently did what she was told with fervor by both her mother and employers. And apparently her needlework skills delighted the bourgeois women of Le Mans. I think Isabel's lessons absorbed so completely, it had become indistinguishable from her own nature. Be docile, be helpful, ask nothing in return. Or maybe Clémence did enough complaining for the both of them, because of course she was disappointed with the wages Christine earned. It became a pattern so predictable you could set a clock to it. Christine would arrive at a new household, quiet and compliant and hardworking. One employer from March to April 1923, named Mrs. Leroy, called Christine a, quote, gem and said, quote, she is a thoughtful, helpful, and pleasant young woman. She is hardworking, preferring sewing to housework, good-natured, intelligent, and in good health. I have never seen her angry. Christine would learn the routines, master the expectations, make herself indispensable, and she was good at it. And eventually the family would realize what they had, an exceptional employee and someone worth keeping. And then, like clockwork, that was exactly precisely the time when Clémence would appear, dissatisfied with what Christine was earning, pulled her out while negotiating higher wages with a new family, and depositing Christine again in a new house with new strangers, starting from nothing, over and over again. A new threshold to cross, a new set of people to prove herself to, a new beginning that wasn't a beginning at all, just another interruption in a life that had never been allowed to settle into anything resembling stability. And here is what is quietly devastating about this pattern. Christine's employers controlled her during the day, dictating her hours, her movements, her duties, her silences. And then Clémence controlled everything else, where she lived, how long she stayed, what her labor was worth. It's 1924 and Christine is walking to her mother's house, but her mother's not home. But there is someone there, a man. It was clear to Christine from the moment she met this man of a few things. 1, he was her mother's lover. 2, he was a disabled war vet. 3, he was a neighbor that moved in and lived with Clémence. And 4, this man was vile. Now, whether this man was vile or not, I'm not actually sure. Because Christine is viewing him from the lens of what she was taught about being averse to men from her Aunt Isabel. Beware of men, no matter who they are, and never believe a word they say. That said, there are times when not everything can be explained. Our feelings guide us further than our reasons ever could. But this man in her mother's home informs Christine that her mother is not home, but rather has gone out to do her domestic work at Mr. Pateau's home outside of town. What? Gone off to Touffet? So what? She has to earn a living somehow. The little one is with her. With the two of them working together, the pay will be much better. What? You mean to tell me that Léa is with her mother doing housework? Of course. She's taken the girl out of the convent after all. At 13, it's high time she learned the trade. This is typical Clémence, if you ask me. The wages from Christine's job were never enough for her. Not for the life Clémence had decided she deserved anyway. Léa working with her meant the chores got done faster, plus the on-the-job training. A daughter learned the work she could eventually do alone and bring in her own full-time income wages. And it meant that the day Clémence could stop working entirely was one step closer. Christine was horrified. Léa was 13 years old. She had just been pulled from a stable home with the sisters. And now Clémence had reached in and taken that too, putting a 13-year-old child to work alongside her for her mother's own benefit. Christine knew exactly what that had felt like. And now that Léa was back with her mother instead of with the sisters, that following Sunday, Christine and Léa truly found each other for the first time. They had spent virtually their entire lives separated, and now here they were, both of them in the world. Servants in Le Mans were typically given breaks on Sundays from 3 to 6 in the afternoon, 3 hours a week. That was the entirety of their free time. And it was in those 3 hours that Christine and Léa became sisters in the way that actually matters. Not just by blood, but by choice, need, and the specific desperation of two people who had been alone their entire lives and had finally found the one person who understood exactly why. They had found each other, and neither of them were about to let that go. And so, during the first Sunday of their reunification, Christine asks Léa about working for Mr. Pateau with their mother. Léa said, "The work is simple enough, and if only you knew how kind he is." This reunification with Léa was bittersweet for Christine. She had a hard time hearing that Léa was happy working for a man. Her fear of men ran so deep, so much so that she basically forbids her little sister from going back at this point. This is the moment Christine decides that she will have to shoulder the responsibility of raising her younger sister all on her own. But she rises to the challenge and is passionately ready to step into this role. After all, she had learned how to be a mother figure from the love and care of her older sister, Amelia. I think Christine was trying to become something Clémence never was. Present, attentive, someone who actually noticed what was happening to Léa and said something about it. And the fact that Léa left that job with Mr. Pateau not long after Christine demanded it, that's not nothing here, because that's potentially the first real evidence we have of just how much sway Christine already had over her little sister's life. I have no doubt in my mind that Christine wanted to give Léa what Isabel had given her, safety and someone paying attention. But protection always comes with the protector's baggage attached. And somewhere in there, looking out for someone and controlling someone starts to blur. But I don't think it was ever Christine's intention to control her little sister. Thus far, I see nothing but genuine love and affection. Every minute of freedom Christine had on those brief Sunday afternoons were spent on Léa. Every penny she earned that was not taken by her mother was spent on Léa. If Léa needed anything, Christine told her to ask. And whatever it was, Christine would find a way to get it for her. What Clémence had withheld from both of them their entire lives, Christine was quietly rebuilding from scratch on Sunday afternoons with whatever she had left over to give. So after Clémence and Léa had been working for Mr. Pateau for about 4 months and then quit, Clémence continued to manage Léa's placements with other employers. Just like her sister, Clémence would place Léa and Christine in a service job in a home, wait till they got comfortable, and then pluck them out complaining they were not paid enough, and the cycle would continue. It was always about what Clémence wanted or needed, and Christine and Léa were never included in these decisions. Spring 1925, and Léa is working for Madame Dieuleveux, and Christine has been working for Madame Fonteau for about 15 days now, who surprisingly said something literally no other employer has ever dared think or say about Christine. I got rid of her because she had a difficult character. She had a defiant, haughty air about her, and I hesitated to give her orders. This feels whiplash-inducing until you realize what maybe happened here. By Easter that spring, Christine wasn't just visiting Léa anymore. She'd moved in with her. She'd moved in with her at Léa's place of employment and gotten herself hired there too. Their new employer would later say, "As soon as they arrived, I noticed that these two young girls seemed to harbor a deep affection for one another. Could be a coincidence. People change jobs all the time. But knowing what we know about Christine, her almost desperate need to stay close to Léa, to watch over her, and to be the one constant in Léa's life, I wouldn't be shocked personally if Christine engineered this herself. If she got herself let go from the first household specifically because it put her one step closer to wherever Léa was. Tell me what your interpretation of this is in the comments. Clémence kept doing what today we call mamaging. She'd place her daughters in a household, wait until they got comfortable, and the moment negotiating higher wages with the employer failed, she'd rip them out and place them somewhere new. This isn't something new. You already know this. The cycle would start over and over, and this is important. I swear, it's almost like instability was Clémence's whole parenting style. Pull her daughters out of any comfort or stability the second it started to feel like comfort or stability. And it was lucky, honestly, that the sisters got to share an employer at all. Le Mans had a population of roughly 72,000 people, and only about 30 families in this entire city were wealthy enough to employ more than one live-in servant. That the Papin sisters landed in any of them says something. Not luck alone, but reputation. By this point, word had clearly gotten around. These two girls were worth hiring together. The Papin sisters performed their domestic chores without complaint. Christine goes back to being the model employee, and Léa is described as not talkative, but disciplined, aka obedient. Other employers would go on to make the same sentiment of Léa, but also that Léa defers to Christine completely. And what reminded me of the relationship between Christine and Isabel, Léa hung onto every word her big sister said. The way Christine had once listened to Isabel about how to be a good domestic servant, invisible even, but also to never trust the likes of men. And Léa was completely submissive to Christine's every whim, especially when she explained how the world worked. And one thing Christine explained to her, the employers keep a close eye on everything we do. Above all, you must never betray their trust. Don't sneak things behind their backs. Taking from the fruit bowl or the sugar bowl, drinking their wine. In reality, even without you realizing it, they keep a running tally of everything. In other words, trust between a maid and her employer was not given. It was tested. Coins were left deliberately beneath furniture. Would the maid keep them or return them? Keys were hidden to deny access to certain rooms. The sugar, the nuts, the drinks, all inventoried carefully and quietly, updated without the maid's knowledge, checked against what remained. These small traps were laid throughout the house in the first weeks of employment. Not cruelly necessarily, but methodically, because a glowing reference from a previous employer was never enough to establish trust. And this distrustful othering and continued insistence on distinction between classes makes sense, doesn't it? If a maid is, in the eyes of her employers, barely a person, someone whose name isn't even worth remembering, then she's also, by that same logic, someone whose character can't simply be taken on faith. Trust requires seeing someone as a full person, with an inner life and a conscience of her own. And the entire bourgeois household structure was built on doing the opposite of that. So instead of trust, you get surveillance. Quiet, constant, built into the architecture of the house itself. It wasn't really about whether this particular maid might steal a few coins or sip the brandy when no one was looking. It was about a class of people who had decided collectively that the people serving them couldn't be fully known, and thus they would never be fully trusted either. But in the evenings, and for a few hours every Sunday, the world shrinks down to just the two of them, and they could create a world together that only they inhabited. They sewed dresses for each other. Dresses they'll likely never actually wear. Dresses that, if we're being honest, they could never have afforded to own at all. They didn't care. Sometimes they left their room entirely just to walk through town and window shop outside the city's nicest dress boutiques. They'd look at clothes that existed in a world they'd never be allowed into, and then they'd go home and make their own version. Smaller and plainer, but it was theirs. In the 1900s, the bourgeois of this area cared enormously about how their domestic staff appeared. Not who they were as people, but how they looked, carried themselves, and how respectable they seemed, reflecting back onto the household that employed them. Because to the families who hired them, that's largely all the maid was. Appearance and moral character. Beyond that, she didn't need much of an identity at all. In fact, this lack of individual identity went further than most people realize. It was common practice in bourgeois households of this period to simply rename their domestic servants. Learning a new maid's real name required treating her like someone worth remembering. It was easier, apparently, just to keep using the same whatever name the last girl had answered to, and let the new one adjust. Which is how, if you look at domestic service records from this era, you'll find the most absurd number of maids that are all named Marie, Louise, and Jean. Not because it was a popular name that everyone had, because employers often didn't bother learning or even using the name a girl actually came into the house with. A maid, in other words, wasn't fully seen as a person with her own name, her own history, and her own interior life. We don't have any record that this happened to Christine or Léa specifically, but it was also common to just call them the maid or you. In any case, it tells you something about how replaceable maids were seen to be as a category of a person in homes they worked in, which makes those evenings in the attic, Christine and Léa alone sewing dresses neither of them would ever wear, feel like something closer to defiance than hobby. In a world that didn't think they needed an identity of their own, they were quietly building one anyway, just for each other. But by this point, Christine and Léa didn't seem to care anymore about their mother moving them around between employers so much. For one thing, they were used to it. They didn't even really have a say in it, so why fight it? This had just been the rhythm of their entire lives. But more importantly, it was enough to be together. The evenings, by most accounts, were more pleasant than you'd expect. The attic rooms they shared were bare, no heat or furniture beyond a bed and a chair. But Christine and Léa had grown up in Bon Pasteur. They knew strictness and austerity, and they adapted without complaint. A bed and a chair was already more than they'd had plenty of nights before. When the sisters were not living with their mother at home and were together working in the same household, it was the happiest they'd ever been. The real warmth came from each other. An arm around the shoulder, a body curled against another body in the cold. No one visited them, and they didn't go looking for anyone to visit. They didn't need to. Each other was truly enough. And this all makes sense to me when you think about the actual implications of a childhood like theirs, specifically the part where stability and security were never something they could count on. When a child grows up like this, placed, displaced, replaced over and over again for years, it changes things. And not in some abstract psychological way either, but in very concrete ones. It changes how you attach to people. Some children in this situation pull away from relationships entirely, almost preemptively, because why get close to anyone or anything if it's just going to be taken away from you? Others go in an opposite direction. They attach so intensely, so completely to whatever stable thing that they do manage to find, and the bond becomes less like a relationship and more like a life raft. It also changes your nervous system. Growing up in chronic instability tends to leave people in a near constant state of low-grade alert. Always scanning for the next disruption, the next threat, even in moments that are, on the surface, completely safe. And maybe most importantly for two girls like Christine and Léa, it changes your sense of control. When you've spent your entire childhood having every shred of stability ripped away from you again and again with absolutely no say in the matter, something happens to your relationship with control itself. Some people give up on it entirely. And some people, the moment they finally get a small piece of it, a person, a room, a routine that's actually theirs, hold onto it with an intensity that might look, from the outside, disproportionate. We're not diagnosing Christine and Léa here, because we can't, of course. But it's worth sitting with the fact that by the time these two sisters were finally living under the same roof and completely each other's world, they weren't just close. They were each other's only proof that stability was even possible. One day, while working for a Mrs. Menage, their employer tells Christine, "Please make sure the door handles are properly cleaned. The ones on the first floor aren't shiny enough." Christine is exhausted. Of course she is. Her work is required around the clock with the washing and the cooking and the sweeping and ironing and darning, running errands, and so on. It's never ending. She even has to tend to the fireplaces, the toilet, polishing the brass. She barely gets a break, but she knows better than to react out loud. So Christine retreats to the kitchen. She's found a love of cooking by this point, and she's quite good at it too. So she's in the kitchen and she's muttering under her breath and she slams the burners on the stove harder than she probably needs to. And she does it again and again until the noise carries through the house and reaches her madame's ears. A maid who talks back or shows any sort of attitude is all it takes to get fired. There's a reason no bourgeois employer in this area was going to pause and think, well, maybe I was a bit harsh. Or maybe Christine is having just a human moment. And it isn't just personal coldness of the higher class, it was structural. By the 1920s, French class anxiety was running high. The war had gutted the workforce, the economy was unstable, and the bourgeois, the comfortable, respectable middle and upper class families, clung hard to the few visible markers that separated them from everybody they deemed below them. One of those markers was staff. Having servants wasn't just about getting chores done. It was proof that you'd made it. Proof of order, respectability, and control. And control is a key word here. A maid wasn't hired to be a person in that house. She was hired to be an invisible laborer, present enough to do the work, absent enough to never disrupt the household's sense of itself. The moment a maid showed personality, irritation, defiance, or even just like an audible bad mood, she stopped being invisible. And an employer wasn't equipped, culturally or otherwise, to treat that as a human moment. Instead, it read as a threat to the entire arrangement. If the maid was allowed to have moods, what else might she feel entitled to? Opinions? Complaints? Equality? So when Christine gets dismissed on the spot over a few loud pots and irritated mutter, this isn't an overreaction from one particularly strict employer. It's the system functioning exactly as designed. Now, it's unclear if Léa left her position too because Christine was dismissed, or if Madame dismissed them both just as a pair. I could honestly see both being the case, but either way, both sisters found themselves without employment. You can imagine how Clémence took this news. She's furious. If neither of her daughters are bringing in income, then she isn't getting cash either. Clémence needs her daughters placed immediately. 2 daughters out of work at once is a problem she has no intention of repeating. At least one of them needs to be earning at all times, no exceptions. And as she works through her options about what to do, she remembers something an old employer once said about her daughters. Your daughter, Léa, always waits for her sister's answer before speaking. It's rather odd, to say the least. She needs to get out of her shell a bit. I see only one way to do that: separate them. Clémence now realizes that separating her daughters might solve any future issues with unemployment. So that's exactly what she does. She places Christine with the Legay family and Léa with the Nault family. Needless to say, Christine is hurt and enraged. She called her mother outrageous and asked if she was the one being insolent and if that was why she did this. Clémence responded, "No, but you're doing everything you can to control Léa's life to your advantage. As far as I'm concerned, it is my duty as a mother. Léa won't always be with you. When she comes of age, she'll lead her own life. Whether you like it or not, I'm placing you in a job as a cook, and I'm keeping your sister with me as a maid." And I'm genuinely curious what you think here, because we already know Clémence's real motivation for keeping at least one daughter working at all times is really about her own income and security. But 2 unemployed daughters is a financial problem for her. That much is clear. But then she says this thing about motherly duty here, about wanting Léa to be able to stand on her own and to not need Christine for everything, so she's ready for adulthood. And honestly, I think a parent can hold 2 motivations at once, even contradictory ones, and genuinely believe the kinder one is the real motive. So which is it? Is Clémence protecting her own income and dressing it up as parenting? Or does she actually believe what she's saying, that separating the girls is good for Léa, and the financial benefit is just a convenient bonus? Maybe both are true. But I'd love to know what you think. Drop it in the comments. April 1926, and Clémence had placed Christine in the employment of the Lancelin family as a cook. A respectable house and position. Christine arrives with her references, her quiet competence, and all her years of practicing at disappearing into a household without complaint. Nobody in that house has any reason to be afraid of Christine Papin. Not yet. And not even Christine herself knew that in exactly 6 years, 10 months, and 2 days, she and her sister will be standing in this same house, covered head to toe in the Lancelin family's blood. Join me in part 2 of the Papin sisters story, because what happened in that house is something that not even psychiatrists, philosophers, and criminologists today can explain away. À la prochaine. See you next time. Electrical fuses sit in a little gray box in your basement or the hallway closet of practically every house since the early 1900s. And that little box might be the reason 2 maids became infamous for murder. A fuse has one job. When too much electricity tries to flow through a wire that wasn't built to handle it, the fuse sacrifices itself. It burns out and breaks the circuit. And in doing that one small, unglamorous act, it stops something much worse from happening. A wire overheating inside your house wall, a spark you can't see, and a fire that starts while you're asleep. It is, in the most literal sense, a safety mechanism. It is designed to fail so that your house isn't burned down and take you with it. But old wiring was never built with the future in mind. A house wired in the early 1900s wasn't wired for hair dryers, radios, electric irons, vacuum cleaners, and all these other new conveniences that were suddenly, in just a span of a couple of decades, showing up in ordinary homes. The wiring was built for a handful of light bulbs, maybe even just like a single appliance, one at a time. And now, all at once, people were starting to ask the same old wiring to carry a modern life. So the fuse system pushed back. The lights would flicker, something would trip. And somewhere in the house, usually at the worst possible moment, everything would just stop. If you lived in the early 20th century, this was not some rare one in a million inconvenience. It was as common as a leaky faucet or a sticky door. Families across Europe and America dealt with it constantly. You'd be in the middle of ironing a shirt or reading by lamplight or listening to the radio, and the whole house would just go dark. You'd sigh, you'd feel your way to the fuse box, and you'd swap the fuse out, and then life would go on. A blown fuse was, at its absolute worst, an annoyance. Sure, it could leave you in the dark or stop your ironing dead in the middle of a crease. It could interrupt your evening, ruin a load of laundry, delay your dinner while someone fumbled around in the dark cellar looking for a replacement fuse. That's it, though, really. That's the ceiling of what a blown fuse is supposed to do to your life. It's not supposed to be the reason two people end up dead. It is not supposed to be the moment where an ordinary household frustration, the kind of thing happening in thousands of homes on any given evening in any given city, quietly tips over into something so violent, so savage, that the people who found the bodies would never be able to describe it without their voice changing. And yet, on a cold February evening in Le Mans, France, in the Lancelin family home, a fuse blew. Somewhere in that house, something else was already moving. Something that had been building for years, in silence, behind the careful, obedient faces of two women who were about to become infamous. By the time the lights came back on, the people of Le Mans were left with a horror they'd spend the rest of their lives trying to understand. This is part 2 of the Papin sisters' story, the maids who let a power outage end in brutal murder. In part 1, we saw the romantic drama between the Papin sisters' parents and how time and again their mother chose her own needs above her children's. How the girls found their way back to each other after separation, grew closer, and how their mother, unable to stop controlling them even as adults, kept uprooting their lives the moment they found any footing. From abandonment into control, managing their work, their wages, and their lives. If you haven't seen part 1, please go watch it first. The English sources on this case are almost universally surface level. The crime, the verdict, the spectacle. But when you start to get into the French material, something shifts a little bit. You start to see the texture underneath. Small details, quiet patterns, things that don't make the headlines, but that make everything that comes next feel less like a shock and more like a portrait of two women that the world around them never bothered to actually see, until, of course, it was far too late. So Christine Papin walks through the door of 6 Rue Bruyère in Le Mans in April 1926, hired as a live-in cook for the Lancelin family. The family rented the home from a physician named Louise Chartier. And you might be wondering the same thing I did. Why was this super wealthy family renting a home? Why didn't they own it? Actually, as it turns out, completely normal for the time. Before World War II, renting wasn't a sign of financial struggle in France. It was simply what most people did, including the wealthy. Homeownership nationally sat below 35% even as late as the 1950s. And after World War I, rental laws that had been adopted during the conflict were extended into interwar period, effectively freezing the real estate market and making buying property complicated, illiquid, and frankly unattractive, even for families who could have afforded it outright. Wealthy families of this era preferred to keep their capital in bonds and investments rather than tied up in property. But there was also a cultural dimension to that too. In the bourgeois France, how you lived mattered far more than whether you owned where you lived. A beautiful townhouse on a respectable street was a status symbol, regardless of whose name was on the deed. Renting the right address in the right neighborhood said everything that needed to be said. The husband and father, René Lancelin, is a retired and honorary solicitor, and that honorary part matters more than it might seem. When Rene stepped back from active legal practice in 1919, he didn't simply become a private citizen living off his savings. He kept the title, which in bourgeois Le Mans meant he kept the weight of it, the social credibility, the professional respect, the way people addressed him in a room. Honorary solicitor wasn't a formality. It was a signal that this was a man of standing and, by extension, a household of standing. After he retired, Rene pivots to business by joining insurance mutual company boards as an executive. He was one of the important people in the room, making decisions about how the company's money was managed and invested. The problem is that position comes with a lot of access to other people's money. And later, the question of what exactly Rene had been doing with that access became a very uncomfortable one. So both he and his wife, Madame Leonie Lancelin, were both 56 years old. They shared a daughter named Genevieve, who was 21 years old at the time of Christine's boarding. The Lancelins' other daughter, Madeleine, was 25 years old, married, and already out of the house living her adult life. The Lancelin home is located in an upscale neighborhood and is typical for a bourgeois family. And Madame Lancelin would expect nothing less than perfection in the upkeep of it. She would tell new hires, "I wish to warn you that I will not tolerate any familiarity. This is an absolute rule that must not be broken in this house. Furthermore, I expect to be your sole point of contact. You are not to address any other members of the family. Finally, your purchases must not exceed the bound of reason." Madame Lancelin was no stranger to managing domestic staff. Over 30 years, she had employed 5 different maids before the Papin sisters ever walked through her door. Each one had left for ordinary reasons, by all accounts: marriage, aging parents back home, the usual rhythms of a woman's life in that era. And yet, Madame Lancelin maintained written correspondence with every single one of them long after they'd gone. She took pride in this. To her, those letters were proof of something, that she was a fair employer, a reasonable woman, someone her staff remembered fondly enough to keep in touch with, that the relationships she built in her own home were ones worth preserving. One housekeeper by the name of Elise Barron stated about her time working for the Lancelin family from July 1903 to January 1907, she said, "I was always satisfied with Mr. and Mrs. Lancelin. I have nothing but praise for the way she gave me instructions regarding my work or when she offered observations," which, moreover, happened only very rarely. Christine Papin was no different in that Madame explained the same expectation, and she would earn 250 francs a month. Christine knew the high expectations of Madame Lancelin, and she had to prove herself as competent before she introduced the idea of Léa coming to live and work for the Lancelin home, which she did. In the following year, her wages were raised to 300 francs, plus a New Year's bonus of about 125 francs. They were especially appreciative of Christine's delicious cooking and dining room services. And paying her dues and biding her time in this way worked. Less than a year later, in February 1927, Madame Lancelin agreed to hire Léa for 250 francs a month. Léa was also made aware, like any employee, of Madame's expectations. But she was also much more shy and intimidated than Christine. The Lancelins perceived Léa as having a limited intellect, accepting observations without a word, and performing her duties mechanically, never engaging her employers in conversation. She spoke softly, never a word raised in anger. Léa was also wary about the demanding nature of the work, given that Madame checked every single task closely. Christine said, "She subjects everything to inspection, and the slightest speck of dust draws comments, along with reminders of similar instances." Madame might also say, "Christine, pay attention. The butcher and grocery bills are running too high." Then suggest she cook something using leftovers. French households of this era ran tight domestic accounts, regardless of income. It wasn't about need, it was about control and principle. Letting servants overspend on groceries was seen as poor household management, a reflection on Madame's competence as mistress of the house. The bill wasn't the point. The standard was. And if you're wondering about this maybe being the same standard as Louise Monnier in that series, it isn't. Louise Monnier was in a category entirely of her own, a woman so pathologically tight-fisted she couldn't justify the cost of soap or basic care for her children. The Lancelins weren't cruel or frugal misers in this way. Madame Lancelin, watching the butcher bills, was less about deprivation and more about control. the very bourgeois belief that a well-run household was a moral statement. But in any case, Christine and Léa were conscientious and tidy, never balking at orders or complaining about their employers. But where Léa was regarded as having a limited intellect and engagement, and that Christine made her work way too hard for just a teenage girl, Madame also noticed that she could not criticize Christine too much, or her temper was quick to flare up. Despite this, plus the sisters' sullen nature, Madame overlooked these things because, in her view, the sisters were gems of servants, and they were not inclined to small talk, which suited her just fine. It seemed by all appearances that the Papin sisters were content in their employment. The Lancelins were content in their employees. According to the Lancelins, the Papin sisters, who had everything they needed, and even the superfluous, at our home, since we never made any distinction between how masters and servants were to be treated, the same table, no restrictions on drink, and full participation in anything that might contribute to that abundance. They enjoyed complete freedom regarding their duties and accepted household customs. The cook would go out every day for supplies and would stay out for an hour and a half, without anyone ever having made a remark to her. Christine's perspective? Outside of our duties, the masters were somewhat distant with us. Mr. Lancelin never spoke to me, nor did Miss Lancelin, Genevieve. Only Madame spoke to me to offer observations and at times reproaches that were more or less justified. The days were scheduled, consistent, and never altered. Mr. Lancelin's brother-in-law, Raoul, heard Madame once say, "I issue her orders in the morning and hand Christine the necessary funds. I rarely spoke to her again for the remainder of the day." As for the chambermaid Léa, who naturally spent more of her time within the living quarters, orders were given to her as the need arose, and I never heard the slightest complaint from her. And it appears the Lancelin held a great deal of trust in their maids, as they went away on holiday during the summers while the sisters looked after the house alone. Throughout the remaining part of the year, though, the rhythm of the house was dictated by the Lancelins' social engagements. The work schedule left little time for relaxation, but they were able to have some time together to do their sewing. Renee Lancelin said, "Christine did not wax the floors, nor did she wash them. Thus, she had 2 hours at her disposal in the afternoon." So together with Léa, they sewed for themselves. Plus, they had time off on Sundays after the midday meal, assuming the Lancelins were not entertaining that night. Mr. Lancelin also said, "On Sundays, we avoided having anyone over for dinner so as to leave them the day free." Sundays, as we know, the sisters spent together in visiting their mother. But Clémence is still doing Clémence things at this point. She begins pushing the Lancelins for higher wages, or threatens to pull her daughters from the household entirely if they don't comply. This is nothing new, right? And I am certain that no wage would have truly reflected the reality of 14-hour workdays with barely half a Sunday to call their own. But let's also be honest about what this actually was. Clémence wasn't advocating for her daughters, I don't think. She was negotiating for herself, the way she always has, squeezing every franc she could out of anyone she could bully or maneuver and pocketing the difference. But this time, something shifted because Christine would not budge, stating, "I remained in that place where, all in all, we were treated and fed quite well." While it would not have been appropriate for there to be familiarity or informality between the Lancelins and the Papin sisters, there are several sources that claim the sisters had felt a fondness and respect towards Madame, that they secretly and privately called her maman, the word for mother in French. But I could not fully verify this. And even if it is true, I couldn't work out whether maman was genuine sentiment, a term of endearment from two women who had never really had one and saw one in their madame, or something far more loaded, perhaps, a quiet, private callback to the narcissistic, demanding, selfish woman who had been their actual mother, the one who took everything and gave back just enough to keep them compliant. Tell me what you think about that in the comments. It's 1928. Léa has been in the Lancelin home for just over a year now, Christine for 2. And Leia's in the living room working her way through the afternoon clean. She's quietly and methodically wiping down the same surfaces and corners and returning the same objects to their positions day after day. It's the same thing. And then Madame comes in and eyes something across the floor. There, a small scrap of paper, Barely anything really. I mean, enough Leah is not even picking it up or noticing it. But Madame crosses the room without a word, and then one in smooth, almost casual motion, she reaches out and takes the flesh of Leah's shoulder between her finger and thumb and pinches hard. And long enough where Leah's knees buckle to the floor. Madame says, "There's a piece of paper," and then walks out. And then, of course, later that evening, when everything's done and the sisters are in the room together, Leah tells Christine what happened. She's still really unsettled by it, and you can hear it in how she says it, the disbelief sitting just under her anger. "Can you believe it, Christine? What she did to me? It's not like her. She better not do it again, or I'll defend myself." And Christine, without hesitation, says, "You're right, Leah. We mustn't let ourselves be pushed around. The bosses shouldn't treat us like that." And something about this exchange feels significant in retrospect because there is Christine and Léa agreeing on something important, that they have a line and that crossing it has consequences. This incident was seemingly out of character. She said it herself, and by all accounts, quickly forgotten. Madame did not have a history of mistreating her staff, and you can see that even the sisters were shocked by it. So, why such an out of character response to a small piece of paper on the floor? Even Madame's brother, Albert Ringard, although most likely biased, said, "To the best of my knowledge, my sister was utterly incapable of an act of violence. She was a timid and fearful person. She viewed Leah as a little girl barely out of childhood, someone to whom it was difficult to convey instructions. Not out of ill will, but rather out of mental laziness. It is conceivable that in her dealings with Leah, in order to get her to carry out a command, Madame Lancelin might have proceeded just as one would with a child, that, if need be, she may have taken her by the arm, using gestures to indicate what she wanted her to do." One possibility worth considering, I think, is, and this is speculation, not documented fact, is that 1928 may have been when Renee's business ventures on those insurance boards first started showing signs of strain. The mutual insurance companies Renee sat on the boards of were heavily invested in regional real estate and local business loans, exactly the kind of assets that looked rock solid in the mid 1920s during the first half of his business expansion, but started to quietly wobble before the 1929 crash. Dividend payments to policyholders were becoming harder to meet. The investments weren't generating the returns they projected, but the companies had already promised policyholders a certain dividend, essentially a profit share, based on those project returns. And when the returns fell short, the money to pay those dividends had to come from somewhere else. And that somewhere else was usually new policyholder premiums coming in, using this fresh money to pay obligations from old money. This works temporarily, but is essentially a house of cards. The moment growth slows or claims spike, the whole structure becomes unsustainable. So, board members were being pressured to find creative accounting solutions to paper over the shortfalls, which is a polite way of saying the books were being manipulated. And in a provincial city like Le Mans, where everyone knows everyone, whisper networks were already starting to circulate doubts about the soundness of certain investments. Renee knew. And if Renee knew, Leonie knew. And for a woman whose entire identity and sense of self rested on the assumption that the Lancelin household was exactly what it appeared to be, that kind of knowledge would have been its own kind of slow poison. It makes sense that things at home were tense. And it makes sense to me that something in Leonie started to shift. To understand what was currently happening to Renee Lancelin's finances, we need to back up a few years. And I think this is important to see where the tension may have been coming from in the Lancelin home. Throughout the 1920s, something genuinely new was happening with money. For most of human history, investing in stocks and markets was something only the very wealthy did, because it required connections, capital, and a level of financial sophistication most ordinary people simply didn't have. But the 1920s changed that. After World War I, the American economy was booming. Companies were growing fast. New technologies like cars, radios, and electrical appliances were emerging, and their stocks were making early investors rich. Word spread. and newspapers wrote about it, and neighbors talked about it. And for the first time, ordinary middle-class people started buying shares in companies, often borrowing money to do it, betting that prices would keep climbing, and for a while they did. The Dow Jones, which is the main measure of American stock market health, shot up 540% between 1921 and 1929. People who had invested modestly early on were suddenly wealthy, which made more people invest, which pushed prices higher, which made even more people invest. It was a bubble. The entire thing rested on one assumption, that prices would keep going up. Not because the companies were actually worth that much, just because everyone agreed to keep acting like they were. And that's the thing about that kind of agreement. It holds up perfectly right up until the moment it pops. By late October 1929, that bubble popped. Belief in the system cracked. And here's why. Several large, sophisticated investors who understood what they were looking at started quietly selling their shares. They could see that the stock prices had climbed far beyond what the companies were actually worth. They wanted out before the inevitable correction and loss of money. But when large investors sell, other investors notice, and then they panic. Because if the smart money is leaving, something must be wrong. So they sell too, which drives prices down further, which panics more people, which drives prices down even further still. October 24th, 1929 would become known as Black Thursday. A record 12.9 million shares were traded as everyone scrambled to get out simultaneously. The market didn't just decline, it collapsed. Fortunes that had existed on paper that morning were gone by the afternoon. France didn't feel this impact immediately, and that's actually what made it worse for people like Renee. The French economy was initially insulated from the American crash, which gave French investors and executives a false sense of security well into 1930. They watched America burn and thought, it's not us. Our investments are in local businesses, regional bonds, and provincial insurance companies. We're fine. Everything's fine. They were not fine. The depression spread because the global economy was more interconnected than anyone had really fully understood. American banks called in loans to European businesses. International trade collapsed. French regional businesses that had seemed rock solid started failing. And the investments those provincial insurance companies, the ones Renee sat on the boards of, had made in those businesses, just completely gone. By 1931, the sneaky paper trail of what had been done to keep those companies looking solvent, those fictitious dividends and falsified accounts, was impossible to ignore now that a massive magnifying glass was being held up to them. Renee was proverbially screwed. By the end of August 1931, Renee was implicated in a major banking scandal and sued for fraudulent accounting and dividend schemes by over 700 small shareholder plaintiffs. And the Lancelin legal troubles would drag on far beyond the murders of his wife and daughter. Backing up just a couple of months, it's autumn 1929, and in the over 2 years that Léa and Christine have been employed at the Lancelins, the family had witnessed explosive, possibly violent scenes between the sisters and their mother, Clémence. Madame said, the mother apparently wanted to continue collecting her daughter's wages. We stated that we did not wish to get involved. It got to a point where Madame told the sisters, ensure that your mother no longer comes to fetch you at our home. And the sisters listened, at least as far as they could control. But then here she comes anyway on a random Wednesday. Clémence rings the doorbell at 6 Rue Bruyère, unannounced and seemingly unaware of boundaries. Madame answers and Clémence says, I would like to speak to my daughters. They really ought to come and see their uncle and aunt, who are passing through Le Mans. Madame's response is pointed. Look here, Madame Derrier. We find it rather disruptive when you come demanding them like this, and besides, they've just stepped out. So Clémence leaves on hearing her daughters aren't home, and she walks back toward the train station. And that's when she sees them, Christine and Léa, sitting on a bench not far from the house at all, just sitting there, quietly, together, waiting for something, apparently. Waiting, it turns out, for their mother to pass. The realization settles over Clémence slowly. Her daughters knew she was there. They had slipped out of the house, found a bench close enough to see the door and sat down to wait her out. Not really hiding exactly, just not available, and not for her anyway. So Clemence walks past them, and they see her. She sees them, and nobody says very much. And upon realizing what happened, Clemence just keeps walking. I mean, Clemence will later say that she didn't really fully understand what happened. And this is the first sign that something had begun to change, that she chalked it up to just an odd day or a mood or whatever. But this would not be the first time something like this would happen. On the second Sunday of October 1929, the wind was bitterly cold, and thus no one was really out and about walking on the windy streets of Le Mans. Up to this point, the sisters were visiting their mother on Sundays. But it was 4 p.m. It would start to get dark soon, and she was getting impatient. So she left her home and set out towards the Lancelin house. But on the way, she bumps into Madame and her daughter Genevieve on the cross street and says, "Do you happen to know if my daughters are indeed coming to see me this Sunday?" And Madame says, "They are just about to leave. Don't be impatient, Madame Derrier. They are on their way." So Clemence continues towards the Lancelin home, just a minute's walk down the street, just as her two daughters were stepping out of the house. Christine and Léa see their mother and say, "You know, this morning we saw a lady who looked just like you. Goodbye, Mom." Then they just crossed the street and headed towards the cathedral without another word. Clemence, of course, is just standing there stunned, unable to make sense of this. What happened and how differently her daughters are acting these days. And her daughters would refuse to see Clemence again from that day forth. Clemence said, "I wrote to them many times. They never replied. I never understood why." I don't think she's lying. I think she genuinely, completely did not understand. And that's almost more infuriating than if she had understood, I think, because a person who has spent decades treating their children as extensions of their own needs rather than as separate people with interior lives genuinely cannot compute no contact as a rational response to their own behavior. Because to understand why your children cut you off, you have to be able to see yourself from the outside. You have to be able to ask, "What did I do?" and sit with a very uncomfortable answer. Christine had voiced that Clemence, quote, "had nothing kind to say to me or my sister. She constantly reproached us, was unpleasant toward us, and whenever she saw us, it was only to heap criticism upon us, particularly regarding our grooming and attire." And Leia's sentiment was similar, stating, "My mother exasperated me with the remarks she constantly made." And on the other side of that silence toward Clemence, I think, for the first time in their lives, Christine and Léa had something that felt like stability. Same address and same routine, day after day, year after year. And a woman at the head of it who, at least in those early years, praised their work and ran her home with the kind of quiet, consistent authority that Christine and Léa had been chasing their whole lives. And every parental figure they'd ever known, really. It wasn't perfect, but it was solid. And I think when you finally have solid ground under your feet for the first time and have something worth protecting, it becomes possible to recognize the thing that was destabilizing you the entire time. You don't go no contact with a toxic parent when you have nothing. You go no contact when you have finally something to lose. Clemence wrote them letters, but her daughters never replied. And she continued to do so for a couple of years, too. I think there are 2 letters Clemence sent her daughters that are worth noting. See if you can spot the narcissistic manipulation and send it in the comments before you hear my particular opinionated take on it. February 3rd, 1931. My 2 dear daughters, I am writing to ask for news of you. If you are able to send word, I would be overjoyed to receive it. My heart will never forget you, not until my very last breath. If the life you currently lead no longer brings you happiness, come back to me. My heart will always welcome you home. If circumstances prevent you from reuniting with me right now, come back to me at a later time, and I would be overjoyed to hold you close to my heart. If you no longer have my address, write to the family in Saint-Mard-du-Til, and they will always know where I am working. If you are in need of money, write to me, and I will send you some immediately. In this life, no one ever knows what lies ahead. God exists, certainly, but people play a significant role in shaping our lives, above all, through the jealousy they harbor towards you and me. In any case, do whatever you feel is best. We often believe we have friends only to find that they are, in fact, our greatest enemies, even those closest to us. Would you be willing to write to your grandmother in St. Mar? She would be so happy to receive a note from her two granddaughters. I close by sending you my heartfelt love. Your mother, Clémence Derrier, 61 Rue Primatur. I'll await your reply. Christine and Léa. My heart will never forget you, not until my very last breath. Classic narcissistic framing, in my opinion. Immediately centers her own feelings rather than asking how her daughters are or acknowledging that anything was wrong in the first place between them. The dramatic last breath language is emotional escalation designed to produce guilt. If the life you currently lead no longer brings you happiness, come back to me. I don't hear her saying, I miss you. I want to repair things. She's saying, when your life falls apart, you'll be here. She's planting a seed of doubt, I think, about the sister's current happiness while positioning herself as the safety net. And the implication of that is like, your life without me won't work out. You'll need me eventually. God exists, certainly, but people play a significant role in shaping our lives, above all, through the jealousy they harbor towards you and me. This feels extremely revealing. Clémence is suggesting that a third, unnamed party is jealous of both of them and has poisoned the relationship. She's reframing the sister's deliberate choice to cut contact as something that was done to them by outside forces. This removes her own responsibility entirely and positions her as a fellow victim alongside her daughters. Classic deflection, nothing is ever their fault. There's always an external villain. I think she's talking about Madame Lancelin, the woman who, in Clémence's mind, had stolen something that belonged to her, which, if you recall, is exactly what she did with Gustave and Amelia. You'll remember from part 1 that Clémence couldn't tolerate the closeness between Gustave and his eldest daughter. And her response then was the same as it is now, not self-reflection or curiosity, but rather resentment, jealousy of anyone who takes up space in the hearts of people she considers hers. If you are in need of money, write to me and I will send someone immediately. This line just rewrites history full stop, and the audacity is breathtaking. This is a woman who arguably abandoned her children, then spent years intercepting her daughter's wages while continuing to change, moving them from home to home like chess pieces when it benefited her financially. Their needs and desires being completely besides the point. She builds to the money offer after softening them up with guilt and conspiracy theories. And the offer to send money right away implicitly reframes herself as a generous mother, erasing the years of financial extraction entirely. Even the suggestion that Clémence has money available and is willing to send it plants a seed. What if things do get too hard or they do need something? Now there's a number to call. A door left open, on her terms though, of course. Would you be willing to write to your grandmother? When the direct appeal isn't working, expand the guilt network, right? Now it's not just Clémence who's hurt, it's the grandmother too. How could you do this to us ladies? I'll await your reply, Christine and Léa. Not, I love you or I hope you're well, a statement of expectation. She's still in management mode, even in a letter to estranged daughters. Am I reading too much into this letter? Maybe, but I can't get past what's missing from it. There's absolutely no acknowledgement that anything was wrong in the first place. No recognition that her daughters didn't just drift away. They made a deliberate, considered choice to leave and never look back. Instead, what we get is poor me, poor grandmother, someone out there jealous of us. My love is eternal. Here is some money if you need it. And I'll be here waiting for you the moment your life just falls apart so you can come home. It reads less like a mother reaching out to her daughters and more like a woman who has rewritten the story so completely in her own mind that she genuinely believes she's the wronged party. Tell me what you think in the comments. Another revealing letter dated March 5th, 1931 says, My dear little girls, do not worry about my health. I'm doing well and I still believe that you will return to my heart. I am still counting on the two of you despite a painful sorrow. I have been told that every effort is being made to force you into a convent to become nuns. You had always told me that you would never retreat into a convent, that such a life did not align with your views. I know your views well. They are truly honorable. To maintain together or else to marry and raise a beautiful family. I know that both of you have a great love for children. I will never accept such a thing. It is not God's will. It is a violation of God's law. It will bring them no good fortune. But here is my final wish. I am not, well, as you know, I believe in God, but in God alone. And so here it is. I shall never be buried by priests. That is final. And God will not hold it against me. It is a violation of God's law to force two young girls to enter a convent. We ask nothing of anyone. It is your own jealousy at work. There is jealousy directed at both you and me. Do not submit to this. Fight until the very last moment. Your mistress is well aware of the situation. I know that those wretched people, I will never set foot in a Catholic church again. It is Catholics who are forcing you to do this. I was just told as much. My children, you are honest souls. Do not fear the law. My heart will always be open to receive you. They have alienated you from your mother so that you would remain blind to what they were doing to you, to the misery they have been inflicting upon you for the past 6 months. My family will always welcome you. Come back if you can, and do not feel beholden to your employers. God would never condone locking up two young girls simply because of their beliefs. The more honest one is, the more miserable one becomes among Catholics. Leave. Go to the countryside as quickly as possible for the sake of your health. Do not worry about the cost. They are trying to break you down so they can gain complete control over you. They will send you to the hospital where you will end up paying a far higher price. And once there, they will do whatever they please with you. Leave. Otherwise, you will no longer be your own masters. They will force you into just any convent. Do not give your 2 weeks' notice. Go to the countryside. Look up the Grenet family. They are a good family. It won't cost you much, and you will have fresh milk and clean air. Have courage. It is my heart speaking to you now, not merely my voice. Whew. In my opinion, this is almost certainly a paranoid invention on Clemence's part, an unhinged one at that. There is no credible evidence anyone was forcing or pressuring Christine and Léa into a convent. What was actually happening is something Clemence's ego could not accept. The sisters had gone silent, stopped responding and visiting, and Clemence, unable to accept that her daughters made this choice freely, needed an external explanation. So she constructed one. Someone must be forcing them. Catholics? Their employers? These jealous people she keeps mentioning? A conspiracy of unnamed villains actively working to steal her daughters from her. The first letter was controlled manipulation, guilt, money, offers, performed vulnerability. This one is unraveling. The language is more frantic, paranoid, and scattered, and like I said, unhinged. She jumps from the convent to her burial wishes, to Catholics, to leaving immediately, to fresh milk in the countryside. This reads like someone's grip on the narrative is slipping. There's a lot in this letter, but a few things I pulled out. First of all, tell me yours in the comments, what you pulled out. I am still counting on the two of you despite a painful sorrow, still centering herself and performing martyrdom. They have alienated you from your mother so that you would remain blind. Classic narcissistic reframing, positioning herself as the only one who truly sees the situation. Do not feel beholden to your employers, directly targeting the Lancelans, the stability the sisters have found, the thing Clemence just can't compete with. Leave, go to the countryside, escalating to direct instruction, back in management mode again. My heart speaks to you, not merely my voice. Performed emotional sincerity at the close, just like in the first letter. But whether Christine saw the same things in this letter or in these letters, I'm not sure, but there was something that did land for her when she read this particular letter. At the very top of the letter, written upside down, almost like an afterthought, Clemence wrote, "In 3 days, my Christine, will turn 26 years old." And I think this stood out to Christine for a couple of reasons. One, 26 years old, was the same age that Clemence had given birth to Christine. But more immediately, it made Christine realize the passage of time. If she was turning 26, it meant that Léa was still just 19 years old. Whether it was in general or because her mother's letters appeared to be increasingly unhinged, the fear that Clemence could sweep in at any moment and take Léa away legally chilled her. You'll recall that legal age comes at 21. So Christine feels she needs to do something to safeguard Clemence having the same realization and using her maternal power over Léa. Christine sought out emancipation for Léa, stating that she wished for Léa to enjoy greater freedom and to have full control over her own money. Emancipation is a formal process where a young person, usually through a court, gets recognized as a legal adult before reaching the standard age, 21 in this case. And once emancipated, the parent loses all legal authority over them. They can sign contracts, make their own decisions, keep their own wages, live where they choose, etc. What happened with Christine's emancipation or quest isn't fully documented, but no record of legal emancipation makes sense when you consider the circumstances. Léa was already living independently, receiving her wages directly, had a savings account, and already living a life Clemence had no practical access to. A court looking at that picture would have found very little reason to grant formal emancipation. She was already free as far as they were concerned. Something was going on between the time the sisters cut off Clemence in the winter of 1931 and the fall of 1931. The sisters became even more withdrawn, sullen, and tense. And some said they stopped leaving the home unless they were required to, and stopped venturing out altogether on Sundays like they used to, and just retreated to their room alone for the downtime. Maybe at first the freedom from Clemence was relief. But as the months went on, I think it turned into a feeling of a void. People who maybe haven't experienced something like this assume that cutting off a toxic parent is liberating. And it can be eventually, but in the immediate aftermath, especially for people who have been enmeshed with a controlling parent their entire lives, the silence is destabilizing in ways that feel physical, palpable. Clemence wasn't just their mother. She was, in a very real sense, the organizing force of their entire existence. Every job change, every placement, every wage negotiation, and of course, every Sunday visit, all of it revolved around her gravity. So even resisting her required constant energy. Hating her required energy, and worrying about what she'd do next required energy. And when that stops, when the letters go unanswered and the visits stop coming, there's suddenly this enormous amount of psychological space that has no content in it. And that space doesn't feel like freedom right away. It feels like something is wrong or missing, something empty and scary. I don't think the nervous system immediately understands that the threat has been neutralized. It stays alert and keeps scanning. And that scanning is exhausting in a way that looks from the outside like depression or withdrawal or just being tired all the time. And for Christine and Léa, who had no framework for understanding what they were feeling and who were living in an attic room with no one to talk to but each other, that void would have been enormous. And the notice behaviors sort of folding in on themselves. I think there's signs of two women whose nervous systems are working overtime with no outlet. And further, Christine specifically had always defined herself through her relationship to Léa, protecting her, watching over her, and being the steady one. But cutting off Clemence also meant cutting off the primary threat that had organized Christine's protective instincts in the first place. Without Clemence to fight, what was Christine protecting Léa from? The answer, increasingly, was the Lancelin household, the only other source of stress in their sealed-off world, which meant all that vigilance and protective energy had nowhere left to go but inward, into the attic room, into each other, into a silence that was becoming its own kind of pressure cooker, right alongside a madame downstairs whose depression was quietly worsening, fed by the slow burn of her husband's financial scandals and the creeping terror of what it might do to the Lancelin name. It's the end of August 1931, and the sisters are sitting in the Le Mans mayor's office. Arsène Lefebvre noticed that the sisters were agitated. This would be literally right around the time when Renee's legal problems began, but it's unclear to me if that is connected to what's about to happen in the mayor's office right now. Something is off. Fuvre can feel it the moment they walk in. There's an agitation to them, to Christine especially, that makes him uncomfortable enough to quietly call in his general secretary, Jules Bourgeois, just in case. Christine does the talking, and Léa doesn't say a word. She just nods, steady and silent, every time her sister makes a point. And Christine has a lot of points to make. The Lancelins, she says, are persecuting them. And if the mayor won't intervene and help them right now, then he is just as responsible for what's being done to them. She's worked up. Fuvre keeps his voice measured, calm, the practiced neutrality of a man who handles difficult situations for a living. He doesn't want this to escalate. He wants them out of his office. Go see Commissioner Dupuy, he says. There's not much I can do for you. So both Fuvre and his assistant watch the sisters leave town hall, and his assistant says, "You can clearly see that they are worm-eaten." This is a literal translation for a metaphor that functions almost like an idiom in French. It describes wood hollowed out from the inside by worms, solid looking on the surface, crumbling underneath. Apply it to a person, it functions as either a cutting insult about character, like someone deemed corrupt, untrustworthy, and morally rotten, or a dismissal of someone seen as mentally deteriorated, worn down, and broken by life. When the town hall secretary said it about Christine and Léa walking out of that building, he almost certainly meant both. Fuvre calls the chief of police, Alain Dupuy, immediately to give him a heads up that the sisters were on their way to come see him. He basically told Dupuy, "These sisters came in making accusations. Christine is claiming I'm harming them by not intervening. Please go find out what's going on with them." As expected, the chief of police welcomed the sisters into his office just 10 minutes later. But rather than investigating the sisters' grievances against the Lancelins, which was the whole point of their visit to the mayor in the first place, Dupuy launched an investigation into the sisters themselves, essentially turning their complaint into surveillance of them. And of course, they found nothing criminal, but Dupuy did gather a very detailed portrait of two women who had essentially disappeared from public life. No friends, no rare outings, practically invisible on the street, and withdrawn for 2 years since late 1929. Local shopkeepers, neighbors, and family all confirm the same thing. So again, this is the end of August, and most likely right before Renee's legal troubles hit the proverbial fan, and the Lancelin family are returning from their summer vacation. Remember, they have full trust in the sisters and leave them in the summer to tend to the house. Once they are home, the chief commissioner decides to tell Renee about the sisters' complaint to the mayor and in turn the police. But he also said there was something abnormal about those girls, that they believed themselves to be persecuted. He ends by saying, "If I may say so, Monsieur Lancelin, were I to have servants of that sort, I wouldn't keep them for very long." And now, on paper, that's just a commissioner doing his job, right? A complaint came in, he's relaying it, but he's also not saying, "Let's look into what they said about the Lancelins," or something else like, "Let's check if there's any truth to these allegations." The starting assumption from the police official, no less, is that the girls are the abnormal ones, that the persecution is imagined, that the problem here is their perception, not whoever might be doing the persecuting. And maybe that instinct isn't unreasonable on its own. Maybe you do want to establish whether a complaint is credible before you go accusing a prominent local family of something. That's fair, and maybe how you'd want any investigation to start. I don't know. But nobody ever investigated the Lancelins or these claims, like full stop. Nobody sits Monsieur or Madame down and asks, "Did you mistreat these girls? Is there anything that led to this? Anything valid about these complaints?" The inquiry starts and ends with the sisters, their credibility, their mental state, whether they're the abnormal ones, and it never once turns around to ask the same questions of the people they were accusing. That's a decision about whose word matters by default and whose doesn't. This is the kind of privilege the Papin sisters could never have dreamed of having. Not wealth, protection, the built-in assumption that when your name is Lancelin, you don't get questioned, you get believed. And when your name is Papin, you don't get investigated, you get diagnosed. In any case, Renee responds, I do not deny that they are a bit peculiar, but as far as their work goes, they give us complete satisfaction. We have absolutely no grounds to dismiss them. And to the commissioner, it really seems that Renee has placed his absolute trust in his maids, so he presses on the matter no further. If this were any other story, that's where it would end. A workplace grievance handled quietly, forgotten within the month. But it's not any other story. Because right now, in this moment, trust intact, complaint dismissed, Renee standing by the women who cook his meals and press his shirts and turn down his bed at night, nobody in that house has any idea how little time they actually have left. The sisters go back to their routine, and the Lancelins go back to theirs. And somewhere between this ordinary afternoon and the fuse that's about to blow, something inside that house is going to break in a way that no one, not Renee, not the commissioner, not the sisters themselves, will ever be able to fully explain. Join me in the third and final part of this story, because what happens next isn't just a brutal murder. It's a question nobody, not even the police, doctors, the public, and not even the sisters themselves, will ever be able to answer. Why? It's July 1933. A prison guard in Le Mans starts his rounds. It's late. The corridor smells like damp stone, old food, and just a tinge of urine. He's used to it because he's done this walk 100 times. Same cells, faces, and sounds day after day. And his feet hurt. But what else is new? There is one cell he always pays a little more attention to. The new prisoner everyone in Le Mans has been talking about. It's in all the papers. First check. She's sitting on the edge of her bed, not sleeping, just staring. So he keeps walking. Second round. The food tray from earlier is still there, untouched. She's barely eaten, if at all. Third check. There is movement inside the cell. She's pacing around the cell, talking quietly to herself, not really to him or anyone else. And on the fourth check, he hears her crying and calling out to someone, not to him, but someone. He doesn't know. But she is sitting and her back is to him. She's rocking and her hands are to her face, and it sounds like she's saying something, but he can't hear what it is. So he wants to get closer. He unlocks the cell door, and the echo of the keys is almost deafening. Both her hands are still pressed against her face. He steps closer, and he leans down slowly. And he realizes this woman isn't covering her eyes. She's trying to remove them. It takes approximately 6.8 pounds of pressure to rupture a human eyeball. That's less pressure than it takes to crack an egg. But rupturing an eye and fully removing one are two different things. And the surgical literature makes clear that even trained surgeons with scissors and forceps have to cut through 6 muscles and sever the optic nerve to get an eye out completely. And actually taking an eye out with your bare hands, it's not something the human body makes easy. An eye is anchored, like I said, by 6 muscles, surrounded by a cushion of fat, and tethered by an optic nerve that does not want to give. It requires sustained, deliberate force, which is what makes it so difficult to understand, because just 5 months earlier, Christine and Léa Papin gouged out the eyes of 2 people with their bare hands. And why is Christine now sitting on a cold prison floor doing the same thing to herself? This is part 3 of the Christine and Léa Papin story. The sisters who, seemingly out of nowhere, killed and mutilated a woman and her daughter. In parts 1 and 2, we trace the childhood of Christine and Léa Papin, shaped by selfish, unstable parents. And somehow, out of all of that, they became the 2 best maids in Le Mans. For 6 years, the Lancelin family trusted them completely. Somewhere along the way, a complaint was filed and ignored. A warning came from the police and was brushed aside because it was always easier to believe the family than it was the maids. Yet the Lancelins still trusted and defended them. But on the evening of February 2nd, 1933, something inside that house cracked. And today, we're not starting with the murders. We're starting on the morning of that cold winter day, the last ordinary morning that the house and the entirety of Le Mans in France would ever have. The morning of February 2nd, 1933 was cold and bitter, and yet it did not slow down the maids who had a full day of work ahead of them. It was, after all, Candlemas. Candlemas is a Christian holiday celebrated 40 days after Christmas, making the day baby Jesus was presented at the Temple of Jerusalem. And in 1930s France, every Catholic observed this day. Churches would bless candles. People genuinely believed those candles would protect their homes from storms or sickness or bad luck even. It was also tied to the end of winter, this quiet hope that spring was coming. And in a respectable bourgeois household like the Lancelins, this holiday was not a day of parties or big celebrations, nothing like Christmas or Bastille Day. It was quiet and domestic. So both Christine and Léa set out first thing in the morning to complete an extensive list of errands. Léa must finish the pile of laundry on the first floor. She wasn't able to finish the laundry the previous day because the iron required to pull all the wrinkles out of the natural fiber linens was out of commission after the cord completely frayed where it meets the plug. This seemingly unimportant nuisance to daily life is important. You'll remember from part 2 that a fuse is designed to fail on purpose. It's the thing standing between the lights flicker and the house burns down. When too much current suddenly surges through a wire, the fuse breaks the circuit before anything worse can happen. But a fuse doesn't just blow for no reason. Something has to cause that surge. And in this case, it was an iron cord, frayed right where it meets the plug. That spot where the cord meets the plug is the weakest point on any cord, because it's the part that gets bent and tugged and flexed every single time the iron is plugged in or pulled out. Do that enough times over enough years, and the insulation protecting the wires inside starts to wear through, crack by crack, bend by bend, until eventually the bare wires underneath are exposed close enough to touch. And when two exposed wires touch each other, electricity stops behaving. Instead of flowing through the iron the way it's supposed to, it takes a shortcut, a short circuit. And for a split second, a surge of current rushes through and bursts through the house wiring far beyond what it was built to handle. That's the moment the fuse does its job. It blows. The lights go out. And so when Léa plugs in the iron the day before, on February 1st, and the fuse blows, this isn't some freak accident. It's a frayed cord doing exactly what a frayed cord does. And here's the part that very much so matters. This was fixable. A cord like that doesn't have to end in a blown fuse in a dark house. If it's brought to someone's attention beforehand, if it's handed over and repaired or even just replaced, it never becomes a problem at all. But that's not what happened in this story. Madame Lancelin wasn't told about a fraying iron cord that needed attention. She found out about a blown fuse and a broken iron that damaged her silk blouse after the fact, in the dark, with no warning that it was coming, and she made the sisters pay for it. Literally, the cost came out of their wages, which means by the time we get to the evening of February 2nd, there's already a quiet resentment sitting underneath all of this. Not just about the fuse, but about a problem that could have been solved quietly, and it wasn't. And two maids who were about to pay for it again. So Léa is busy taking the iron to the Maison d'Homme of Boucher. One, because that laundry will not finish itself, and it's way past its due date. And two, so that Madame will stop being angry about the frayed iron and blown fuse. Thank goodness, Léa thinks, when the shop assistant, Madeleine Blanchet, tells her that they can have the iron repaired and ready for pickup by 3 p.m. that afternoon. Crisis averted. Meanwhile, Christine is also running shopping errands. She stops at the Rue Monchard bakery just as she has for the past 7 years. Christine says, "Give me 720 grams of sliced bread and a specialty loaf, please." And the employee serving her, Mrs. Lefort, knows Christine after all these years and responds, "You're taking less than usual." Christine, "Yes, my employers aren't dining at home this evening, but I still need to get a little bit. Otherwise, I won't have enough left to make tomorrow morning's toast." Mrs. Lefort, "Do you need anything else?" Christine, "Yes, 2 Genois loaves, 2 brioches, and that will be all, thank you." Knowing both Christine and Léa over the years as customers, Mrs. Lefort had the opinion that they were rather unpolished women. She also noticed that within just the last year alone, they had already spoken and seemed quite sullen. Before that, they would at least engage in brief conversation. And Mrs. LaFleur would admit that the relationship was indeed just professional, and the sisters never spoke about their personal lives or their employers. But she would say that Léa especially seemed agitated and nervous with jumpy mannerisms. When the sisters get home after their errands, they prepared and served lunch to the Lancelin family as normal. And Candlemas lunch that day? Crepes. Round, golden, sun-shaped little discs of butter and batter meant to symbolize the sun's returning after a long, dark winter. There was even a superstition. Flip your crepe one-handed while holding a coin in the other, and you were set for a prosperous year. It was cozy and ordinary, the symbol of family, food, and faith. Then, sometime between 2 and 3 p.m., Léa witnessed Mr. Lancelin leave to go to his gentleman's club, with plans to come back around 7 p.m. that night to pick up his wife and daughter for their usual Thursday night Lancelin family dinner at Madame's brother's home, the lawyer Albert Ringard. And for clarification purposes, if your eyes widened at the mention of Mr. Lancelin spending all afternoon at a gentleman's club, I'm here to tell you it's not what you're thinking, maybe. A gentleman's club of this era was like a cross between a private members' lounge, business office library, restaurant, and social network. Membership was exclusive and often required wealth, social standing, or sponsorship. All things Mr. Lancelin had, so it made it sense that this was part of his weekly or even daily routine. And if you're as curious as I am about what men got up to in these clubs, I won't let you down. Men would arrive at these clubs without their wives to have lunch or just after having lunch at home, then spend a good chunk of time reading French or international newspapers. They would almost always smoke cigars and drink coffee or brandy. Then, while having political or business discussions, they'd play billiard games, chess, or cards. Sometimes they'd enjoy a leisurely meal and talk about the latest horse races or current affairs. And sometimes they would actually work and meet clients and have meetings right there at the club. So while Mr. Lancelin is out at his club, his wife and daughter Genevieve have their plans. When they left the Lancelin home, they gave no instruction to Christine and Léa, as we are well aware of at this point that the sisters didn't really need direction, as what was expected of them was fully understood by this point. So Madame and her daughter will run a few simple routine errands around town. But then they're going to pay a visit to Madame's other daughter, Genevieve's older sister, and her young son, Pierre. So Pierre would be Madame's grandson and Genevieve's nephew. And Pierre, like most little kiddos in a family, was the apple of his grandparents' eyes. But also the Papin sisters adored little Pierre so much that it was said their faces truly lit up when he would come around and visit the Lancelin home and play in the garden. Albert Ringard, who would be Pierre's great uncle, said, "They genuinely seemed interested in the child and were always ready to slip him a treat or two," talking about the sisters. At this time, all the Lancelins are out of the house and Léa and Christine can finish their chores. Christine said, "There wasn't much washing up to do, since we have made crepes for Candlemas." While Christine is tidying up from lunch, Léa has run out of the house to go fetch the repaired iron from Madeleine Blanchet at the shop. During this time, Mr. Lancelin said, "I left home in the afternoon around 2:30. I returned around 4 o'clock to have a cup of tea that the maids prepared for me, and then head back to the club around 5. Mr. Lancelin came home around 4 in the afternoon for tea, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Afternoon tea in bourgeois France was a ritual. At first, I assumed it was just about stopping for a drink or a quick pick-me-up, but tea service around 4 o'clock was actually an important part of the daily routine. The servants would lay out the tea service, often with bread, pastries, or biscuits, and the family would pause their day to gather. It wasn't simply about the tea, it was just another way the household reinforced its routines, its order, and even its social status. Given that this was a common bourgeois ritual, René probably wasn't the only one doing it. His wife and daughter were probably having tea with family too, at the eldest Lancelin daughter's house. Also, many men at the club might have headed home for tea as well, meaning the good old boys clubhouse likely emptied out for a while before everyone returned later in the afternoon. In any case, Mr. Lancelin finishes his tea at home and returns to the club around 5 p.m., and everything seems fine and normal, at least at that point. When Léa returns with the repaired iron, a few moments after Mr. Lancelin has left, both Christine and Léa start carrying the wrinkly piles of clean laundry up to the first floor laundry room. This would be about 5:30 in the late afternoon, early evening or so. After all the laundry is piled where it needs to be and hung on the radiator to finish drying, Léa moves through the house, closing all the doors and windows, then heads to the living room to tidy it up as she has every single day since she started working in the home. Meanwhile, Christine is taking her newly repaired iron and plugging it in. Gone were the exposed fuzzy strands. The cord now looked clean, tightly braided, and safe to use. As the iron is heating up, Christine is busying herself organizing the piles of laundry. Later, she said, "I had barely finished arranging the laundry when the spark flew out and the lights went out in the room where I was standing." So Christine shouts, "The blasted fuse, Léa, I've lost power." And Léa responds, "Me? I still have it in here. Our bedroom is out though." Christine then says, "Right, stay put. I'm going down to the kitchen to get a candle. I really needed to finish this ironing today. And this iron fresh back from the electrician, it's just impossible." And her frustration is warranted. Her livelihood depended on completing everything she is tasked to complete while remaining invisible to the family. When something as small as an iron is standing in her way, the agitation must feel intense, as there is no way to solve this problem in a timely manner. It would be something that they simply would have to deal with the next day, as the control was really not in their hands at that point. So Christine does as she says and runs downstairs to get a candle. Then both the sisters return to the laundry room with a candle and set it on a small saucer near the laundry. Since they couldn't iron the laundry, both Léa and Christine finished sorting the clothes. Later, investigators would find abandoned in the laundry room 3 women's nightgowns, 1 man's nightshirt, 7 women's day blouses, and 2 pairs of women's trousers, and on the ironing board lay 15 handkerchiefs ready to be ironed. It was around 6 o'clock or 6:15 p.m. when they heard the sound of keys in the door. Madame and Genevieve had returned home. Léa said, "Go and see, Christine. I hear keys. It sounds like they're coming in." Christine said, "That works out well. I'll ask her to take a look at the iron." So she steps out of the laundry room with her candle on the first floor and out onto the dark landing that looks down onto the ground floor where the front entry is just as she sees someone coming through the door. And just so we're super crystal clear about the layout of this house, which I think is really important for what's coming next, there are 3 floors total. The ground floor for entry, the first floor for private rooms, and the attic floor where the sisters live. The ground floor, in America, we would call that the first floor, contained the kitchen in the back, a dining room, Mr. Lancelin's study, and a staircase that led up to the first and second floors. Walk up the staircase and it takes you to a landing. Off of the landing are doors to the bedrooms and private rooms, like the laundry room. If you continue up the stairs, it will take you to the attic where the sisters' rooms and storage spaces are. So the sisters who are in the laundry room on the first floor hear the keys in the door, and Christine says as she's looking down from the first floor staircase to the ground floor, "Is that you, Madame?" Madame says, "Yes, but the power's out." Christine, "The fuse blew. The iron malfunctioned." Madame, "Again?" And she gestures in anger. And now here we are at the very moment in history where so much confusion lies. Christine drops the saucer with the candle, grabs a pewter pitcher sitting on a side table, and lunges at Madame. She smashes the pitcher against Madame's head till she collapses to the ground. This report of what happened almost sounds ridiculous. The iron blows a fuse. Madame Lancelin says, "Again?" and looks annoyed. And then Christine attacks? If that's all there was to it, none of this would make sense. That look of Madame's, the frustration, the disappointment, whatever passed between the 2 women in that split second, was almost certainly not the cause of the violence. At most, it was the trigger. By this point, something inside Christine had already been building for months and maybe possibly even years. Some historians have wondered whether in that instant, Christine didn't see her employer, but instead her own mother, possibly. The woman she described as unpredictable, violent, and terrifying. Was this a familiar scene repeating itself yet again? Another reprimand, humiliation, and another figure of authority she feared? Metaphorically speaking, I think the fuse was the final household failure in a relationship already defined by power, control, and silence. The question isn't why a broken fuse caused a murder, it's why this particular moment became the point where everything exploded. Madame Lancelin may not have been angry because the fuse broke. She may have been angry because of what she believed the fuse represented. In a 1930s bourgeois French household, domestic servants were expected to maintain the home almost invisibly. Their job wasn't just cleaning and cooking, they were responsible for making the household run smoothly. If something went wrong, the servant often became the one blamed, simply because they were the one in charge of the domestic sphere. The sisters had actually told Madame about the outage the day before, but also as soon as she got home that evening. But in her mind, Madame's, that likely didn't register as prompt honesty. It may have registered as proof that something had already gone wrong on their watch, evidence that they weren't doing their jobs. But there was another source of tension surrounding the Lancelin household that week. Just days before the murders, René Lancelin was finally indicted for the collapse of Sarthe Discount Bank, which had ruined small shareholders of the Mutuelle du Mans. His reputation was shattered. Criminal investigation in front of the local magistrates. We will never know whether that turmoil affected the atmosphere inside the home or whether Madame herself was carrying frustrations and anxieties that day. It makes sense if it had, and it is possible that the household tension was higher than usual. But even if the environment was strained, nothing about a servant being met with an irritated "again" could explain what followed. The seconds between Madame Lancelin's irritated remark and the first blow of the pitcher contain a moment inside Christine's mind that history can never fully reconstruct. But the unanswered questions only multiply from there, because even if we can imagine and maybe even justify a sudden explosion of rage, it still cannot explain what happened next. A pewter pitcher striking a skull and a body collapsing onto the floor would not go unnoticed. Madame Lancelin's daughter, who had been waiting in the entryway just beyond the staircase, heard the commotions and rushed up to the first floor to see what had happened. Her mother was under attack. Reacting instinctively, Genevieve moved to defend her, grabbing Christine by the hair and pulling so forcefully that she tore out a handful. This ignited a fierce and violent struggle between the two younger women. Léa, too, heard the commotion and came out onto the landing just as Christine saw Madame begin to push herself up off the floor. Christine shouted at Léa, "Grab her head and smash it to the floor. Gouge out her eyes." Léa later claimed she had never seen her sister in such a state before. Christine was breathing heavily like a rabid animal, and white foam was even spilling from her mouth. But Léa's shock was apparently not enough to make her hesitate, because whatever she saw in Christine at that moment, she still followed her sister's instructions, and she did what she always did, obey. This next part includes disturbing details from the crime scene with graphic descriptions of violence. It's difficult to hear and simultaneously central to understanding the events that unfolded that night. Feel free to skip ahead to the next chapter in the timestamps below in the description if you'd rather avoid this portion of the story. With Christine now on top of Genevieve and Léa restraining Madame Lancelin, the violence escalated beyond anything comprehensible. Christine attacked Genevieve's eyes, and Léa, following her sister's actions, did the same to Madame's. As the attack continued, Léa began mirroring not only Christine's actions, but even the sounds she was making during the assault. In the chaos, both women's carefully pinned hair came loose and their hairpins were scattered across the floor. The violence did not stop, nor did it ease up. Christine picked up the pitcher a second time and struck Genevieve in the face repeatedly, causing severe trauma. She then passed the pitcher to Léa, who used it to strike Madame Lancelin's skull with similar force. The injuries were severe enough that blood and tissue were found on the walls and on nearby paintings, and a pool of blood had formed under both bodies. And it didn't stop. Christine got up off of Genevieve's body and walked down the staircase to the ground floor into the kitchen. She told Léa, "I'm going to slaughter them." As she moved through the kitchen, she left a trail of blood on the floors and on the drawers she opened, pulling out a knife from one and a hammer from the other. She then carried both back to the first floor landing with Léa and the two bodies. When Léa saw what Christine was holding, she ran to the kitchen herself and came back with a small tapered dessert knife with a black handle, adding her footsteps to the bloody path between the kitchen and the landing. By the time she returned, Christine had lifted Madame's dress, who was lying on her back, and Genevieve's dress, who was lying face down. Both women's lower bodies were exposed bare. The assault continued long after the two women had died. Christine is sitting behind Madame and picks up the hammer and begins to smash the base of her spine with it. Léa, with knife in hand, watches Christine intently and then slashes Genevieve's legs so deeply that she reaches the bone, and the knife becomes ineffective. The sisters simultaneously just stop. Silence fills the air, save their heavy breathing. They look at each other and Christine says, as if they've just had a dinner party, "A fine mess. We both did the same amount, right, Léa?" The sisters' smocks were torn and evidence at the scene suggested the attack had been beyond physically strenuous. The landing is strewn with broken, mangled objects, dried flowers, a dented steak, numerous hairpins and combs, a hairpiece, a bodice, gloves, 2 handbags, 2 hats, keys, an embroidered dolly, a knife, a hammer, a candle, fragments of a plate, a package in soap wrapping, 2 cakes on a small pedestal table, a button, a rail, pieces of tin, one containing hair, and the lid of the tin pot were all found at the crime scene. Properly worn out, the sisters walk down the first floor steps to the entry and bolt the vestibule door, supposedly so that Mr. Lancelin wouldn't be the one to find the bodies first. But if not him, then who? He lived there and was likely the only other person to come to the house. So if the goal was really to spare him from being first on the scene, it's a strange plan, in my opinion, because there was no version of that night where he wasn't going to be the one standing in that house when the bodies were found. So after locking the vestibule, which by doing so, Mr. Lancelin could not use his key to get into the house, the sisters then go into the kitchen. Bloody from earlier, they begin cleaning up. But before they can finish, the doorbell rings. In fear, they run up the first floor and second floor staircases to their bedroom and lock that door too. Once inside, they strip off their bloody clothes, the mauve cotton smocks, beige cotton stockings, and white slips, and throw them in a pile near the radiator. Wearing only dressing gowns, they climb into the same bed together and huddle up, waiting for whoever is at the door to discover their crime. As we know, Mr. Lancelin was at the club during this attack, and supposedly he was there playing bridge with his man buddies. Around 6:45 p.m., he called his brother-in-law to let him know he was leaving the club and going to pick up his wife and daughter and would be arriving around 7 p.m. for their weekly Thursday night dinner. But when he arrived at his home on Rue Bruyère just before 7 p.m., the house was pitch dark, all save for but one dim light in the attic room, the maid's room. Seeing that the house was dark, he assumed that his wife and daughter already made their way to dinner and left. But of course, they were not at Mr. Lancelin brother-in-law's house, so he went back. The front door of his house was bolted from the inside, so his key wouldn't work. He knocked and rang the doorbell constantly, but there was no answer. He became more and more frantic. He goes to his other daughter's house, Madeleine, and her son Pierre, and she accompanies him back to the Lancelin house. Neither of them were able to figure out a way into the house, so they decided to go to the police. And then they are both standing in front of Commissioner Dupuy, and Mr. Lancelin says, "Send someone over, Commissioner. This isn't right. The door is locked from the inside. The 2 maids won't open it for me. I have to get home. I need to pick up my wife and daughter to go to the dinner at Mr. Menage's, my brother-in-law's." And hearing this makes me so sad because it's like even in his panic and worry, he's still telling himself that everything is going to be okay and they'll continue on with dinner as if nothing had happened. The commissioner said, "I'll send 2 officers with me and we'll go." So they arrive back at the Lancelin house once more, and the 2 officers, Agent Rago and Agent Verite, cannot get the door unbolted or open either. So they cut a path through the adjoining garden for 4 Rue Bruyère next door. This would allow access to the back entrance where the police could open the door latch. Once inside, the 2 agents told the Lancelin father and older daughter, "Stay in the living room. I need to go upstairs to see what's happening." By this point, it's in the 9 o'clock hour, and the 2 agents walk from the living room up the first floor staircase with his flashlight. And right there on the first step was something looking right at him, a sole eyeball. They glance up a little higher, and then they see the bodies bathed in blood. They notice the splattered walls and doors. They get closer and see that their faces are so mangled they are completely unrecognizable. Gaping holes for eye sockets, slashed legs, and exposed naked. Agent Verite and Rago are processing this all at once. I don't know how, but they're thinking quick. Mrs. Lancelin and her daughter were surely murdered, and the culprit must be hiding behind one of the upstairs doors. Together, they open all 5 doors on the first floor landing. They find nothing, of course, but then they see a faint glow coming from the very top of the stairs. They listen. No sound. They walk up to the door and turn the knob. It's locked. They stop and listen some more. Dead silence. Agent Verite says to Agent Rago, "Truth be told, the murderer is in there. I'm certain of it." And he responds, "I'll go get Potier, the locksmith. We can't just smash the door down like that." The agents inform Commissioner Dupuy downstairs as to what they found and what they believe is happening. They are concerned about Mr. Lancelin and his daughter, of course, and prevent them from leaving the living room just as before. They knew the news of their death was going to be hard enough, and he didn't want them to see the crime scene. So as the agents are out getting a locksmith, the public prosecutor, Mr. Rieger, his deputy, Mr. Millet-Lacombe, and clerk medical examiner, Dr. Chartier, and the police commissioner of the 3rd arrondissement, Henri Namur, arrived at the house to carry out the standard procedures. Then the locksmith arrives and is easily able to open the attic room door. Inside the room was a confusing sight. The two sisters are lying in one bed together with their bedclothes. Their hair is a mess and they are pale with strained expressions. Next to the bed on the floor lay a single bloody hammer. The police lay into them right away. "What have you done to your mistresses?" And Christine says, "They tried to strike me, so I took my revenge. You see, I was waiting for you and will come along quietly." And with that, the police escorted the sisters out of the attic room, down the stairs, over the bodies of the two dead Lancelin women, and to the central police station. While the sisters are being arrested and taken to the station for questioning, the crime scene is being examined, documented, and photographed. Then the bodies of Madame and her daughter are transported to the morgue. The investigators drew a picture, albeit a confusing one, of the crime scene. It comes with a numbered legend explaining where each piece of evidence was found, but at first glance, it's fairly difficult to read. It took me a while to realize the drawing isn't actually showing the room you enter from Rue Bruyère. Instead, it skips almost the entire ground floor. The only part you see is the front entrance and the staircase, marked number 2, leading up to the first floor. From there, the entire drawing focuses on the first floor because that's where the crime scene was. On the very first step, marked number 3, is where those two police agents found an eyeball. Continuing up the first floor landing, you arrive where both victims were found. Marker number 4 indicates where Mrs. Leonie Lancelin's body lay, and number 5 identifies a fragment of her skull found nearby. Number 6 marks the location of Genevieve's body. Markers number 7 through 9 simply identify furniture within the room, but number 10 marks something far more disturbing. Beside a small table leg, the investigators documented the discovery of a section of a colon. Directly across the landing, room number 13 is identified as Genevieve's bedroom. The sketch itself doesn't show the final 2 pieces of evidence, though, but the legend does. Markers number 11 and 12 indicate the additional eyeballs recovered on Mr. and Mrs. Lancelin's bed inside the room labeled number 14. Additionally, the battered, deformed, and flattened pewter jug weighing 1.7 kilograms, which is about 3.7 pounds, was found on the staircase covered in traces of blood and hair, and the bloodstained knife under Madame's body. The investigation was swift and only lasted about 1.5 weeks. Various items were taken from the attic room as evidence. Found there were 2 saving bank books containing between the sum of 24,000 francs and a figure logged as Exhibit 59. So, though curiously, a separate police report puts the amount closer to 9,000 francs, and in every other resource, it's listed as 22,000 francs, a discrepancy that has never been fully explained. But in any case, the money found was a lot considering the sisters' low wages, or really spoke to how little they spent on themselves. Alongside the money sat a small collection of religious books and a well-worn prayer book, quite evidence of the devotion Christine in particular clung to, even as her mind began to fracture. Investigators also seized the sisters' bloodstained clothing and 2 letters from their mother they found tucked away. Then there were the invoices, mundane scraps of paper that, in the context of a double murder, took on an odd significance. Most drew little scrutiny, but 2 stood out enough to be flagged. Receipts for 2 hats costing 160 francs and 2 pullovers costing 150 francs. These were purchases the investigators judged to be reasonably in line with what the 2 maids could actually afford on their wages. It's a small, almost bureaucratic detail, but it says something about how thoroughly the case was picked apart. investigators combing not just through the horror of the crime scene, but through the sisters' hat receipts, hunting for anything that might explain who these two women really were and what their motives might have been. And then there was the medical report dated later in the summer, June 15th, 1933. This is another section you may wish to skip ahead of, as it contains graphic and distressing content. Louis Chartier, the medical doctor and forensic physician, began by examining the mother, Madame Lancelin, at 7:22 a.m. She was laid out in front of him on the examination table, her displaced eyeballs placed next to her. Chartier's findings were exhaustive and clinical, cataloging injuries that made clear how sustained and total the violence had been. He opened a significant area of her scalp, exposed the dented skull beneath the fragments of metal from the weapon embedded into the bone. Several teeth had been torn loose. Her face, cheek, eye socket, and the eyes themselves were damaged beyond recognition, and one ear had even been severed. Genevieve's examination began at 7:47 a.m. Dr. Chartier's report on her injuries was, if anything, even more extensive than her mother's. Her legs and lower body bore numerous knife wounds, though the report noted that these had bled very little, a detail Chartier took as evidence that they were inflicted after death. Like her mother, her face had been rendered unrecognizable, with severe trauma to the jaw and chin. Her upper jawbone was fractured, and a tooth had been forced free by the violence of the blows. Her scalp, too, showed wounds deep enough to reach the bone. Her clothes had been disturbed, pulled down and pushed up in the aftermath, and the report noted a series of parallel wounds and abrasions across her lower back and legs, some shallow, others cut deep enough to reach the muscle and bone. And her hands told their own story. One hand was still clenched around a fistful of coarse hair, presumably from one of the sisters, and both hands bore bruising and cuts across the fingers, with the tip of even one thumb severed entirely. Injuries consistent with a desperate attempt to fend off her attacker. In other words, Genevieve fought like hell. It's worth noting here that the Papin sisters themselves showed no injuries at all. Whatever fight Genevieve put up, or Madame in that case, it wasn't enough to leave a mark on either of their attackers. The imbalance was simply too great for her resistance to have mattered. On July 12, 1933, Inspector Albin Dupuy interrogated Christine Papin and recorded their statements into the official report. It appears that Christine requested the meeting because she said, "I asked to see you to correct my earlier statements. I did not tell you the whole truth. When I attacked Madame Lancelin, she had not provoked me. When I found her on the landing, I asked her if she would fix my electric iron. I do not recall exactly what she replied, but I was seized by a fit of hysteria and rushed at her when she least expected it. In fact, I do not clearly remember how everything unfolded after the crime. I did not want to say exactly what had happened because my sister and I had agreed to share the responsibility equally. But I have just had an episode similar to the one I experienced when I struck Madame Lancelin, and I had a sort of flashback in which the details came flooding back to me. I felt compelled to share this with you immediately." Dupuy asks her, "Explain to me the motives and the circumstances under which you killed your employers." She said, "My crime is great enough for me to speak the truth. When Madame returned, I reported to her that the iron was broken again and that I hadn't been able to do the ironing. Once I told her that, she tried to lunge at me. At the moment, my sister and I and my two mistresses were on the first floor landing. Seeing that Madame Lancelin was about to lunge at me, I sprang at her face. I gouged out her eyes with my fingers. When I say I sprang at Madame Lancelin, I am mistaken. I was at Mademoiselle Lancelin, and it was the latter whose eyes I gouged out. Meanwhile, my sister sprang at Madame Lancelin and gouged out her eyes. I rushed down to the kitchen. We struck their heads with a hammer and slashed their bodies and legs with a knife. We struck them with a pewter pot that was sitting on a small table. We swapped the instruments back and forth several times. The victims started screaming. I don't recall them saying a word, though. When we carried out the deed, I went and bolted the carriage entrance and also shut the vestibule door, because I preferred the police discover our crime rather than our employer. I would rather have done away with our employers than have them do away with us. I did not premeditate my crime. I bore them no hatred, but I could not accept the way Madame Lancelin treated me that evening." Meanwhile, Léa is in the next room having a nervous breakdown and initially claimed that she is deaf and mute. Not sure where she thought that would get her, but later Dupuy asked her the same question that he had asked Christine. Explain to me the motives and circumstances under which you killed your employers. She responded, my employers left for town around 3:30. My sister did the ironing and I did the cleaning. Before they left, our employers didn't find fault with us at all. There was no discussion between us. They came back around 6 or 6:15. And that was it. No other detail given. She refused to go into anything further. So Dupuy reads Léa what Christine said in response to the questions, then was asked, is what Christine Papin said accurate? Léa said, everything my sister told you is accurate. The crimes unfolded exactly as she described them. My role in this affair is precisely the one she indicated. I struck just as many as she did. Like her, I maintain that we did not premeditate killing our employers. The idea came to us instantly when Madame Lancelin was criticizing us. I do not have the slightest regret for the criminal act we committed. Like my sister, I would rather have had my mistresses' lives than have them take ours. Before you struck your mistresses, you and your sister, had they struck you? They didn't strike us, but they did make the gesture of wanting to do so. I repeat, I would rather have had their lives than have them take ours. And I repeat again, I have no regrets. I found it interesting that while simultaneously insisting they felt no hatred toward the victims, Léa reiterated that she has no regrets. Yet neither of the sisters could provide a coherent motive. And I think you're with me here in that being criticized and lunging were not quite adding up to be a worthwhile motive. But let me know in the comments what you think. Later on February 22nd, Léa was shown and asked about the pair of scissors found on the small table on the first floor landing near the bodies. She said, I did not use the scissors, which my sister had brought last summer at Friel's. I had brought them with me from the kitchen where they were usually kept to put them in the linen room near the bedroom where I intended to do some mending. Then the Lancelin ladies arrived. I brought them back down to work in the kitchen, since there was no longer any light on the second floor. I must have dropped them when the incident began and picked them up when we went down to the kitchen to wash ourselves. As I had blood on my hands, I must have stained them that way. There's certainly a dissonance here that I cannot fully explain, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on them. It was then, after their interrogations, that both Christine and Léa Papin were charged with crimes defined and punishable under Articles 295 for intentional homicide classified as murder and 302 of the Penal Code for assassination, parricide, or poisoning. These are punishable by death. The sisters were housed separately in the jail. They protested vehemently, of course. When the guard separates their cells, Christine tries scratching the guard's face while shouting, "You are an accomplice to the justice system, but you will pay for this later." On February 5th, Christine and Léa refused to eat or drink for about a week. But what followed developed into something far stranger than a simple hunger strike. Christine began to hallucinate, seeing religious visions that appeared to consume her entirely. She wept, she prayed, and she traced holy symbols onto surfaces with her tongue, as though trying to anoint herself or ward something off. It reminded me of her somewhat compulsive behavior when the war started and she feared for her father's safety, as if this was the only way she knew how to manage the distress. At this point, the warden told the prosecutor that Christine was in a severe state of agitation. It started with Christine bolting upright from bed and rushing to the cell door window. She gripped it with both hands and cried out, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. I'm the one who attacked Madame Lancelin." One guard named Eugenie Thierry rushed over to release Christine's grip from the bars and calm her down. And her mind seemed to be looping back to the crime itself, though not in any way that made sense to those around her. She asked again and again where Madame and Genevieve were, as if she didn't fully grasp or couldn't accept that they were dead by her own hand. She spoke of reincarnation, of lives lived before this one, and told those around her, "Sometimes I think in another life I was my sister's husband." It was a strange, telling line, one that hinted at just how thoroughly her identity had fused with Léa's, and how thoroughly it was now coming apart. Alarmed by her unraveling, prison officials made the decision to briefly reunite the two sisters, hoping the sight of Léa might pull Christine back from wherever she'd gone. On February 11th, they had the sisters dine together in hopes that she would eat and drink again. Christine threw her arms around Léa and held on, repeating the same desperate plea over and over. "Tell me yes, tell me yes." though what exactly she needed confirmed, no one could say for certain. Whether it was that Léa was really her sister, like, yes, tell me yes, it's you, or that she still loved her, tell me yes, you still love me, or none of it had really happened, say yes, it never happened, and all the words carried the weight of a mind grasping for something solid to hold on to and finding only her sister's arms. Dr. Pierre Schutzenberger came to examine Christine sometime after this, and what he found was a woman who had grown noticeably more guarded than the one investigators had spoken to back in February. She seemed to understand exactly why he was there. You've come to see me in case I'm sick. But where she had once answered questions directly, she now retreated the moment a subject grew uncomfortable, cutting him off with a flat refusal. You already know, I'm not going to repeat it again, I won't say anything more. When he had first entered her cell, he found her lying on the floor, cheek pressed to the ground, eyes wet with tears. The picture of a woman in collapse. But Schutzenberger wasn't convinced. He'd heard the guard's footsteps announce their arrival, and by the time he reached her, what he felt was a performance, didn't hold up to scrutiny. Her hair was dusted from the floor as expected, but her cheek, supposedly pressed against the same ground, was clean. Only a tear or two had actually fallen, landing on her bodice rather than the floor beneath her. To the doctor, the details didn't add up, and he became convinced he was watching a woman perform distress rather than live it. Pressed further, Christine admitted as such, 3 separate times apparently, by his account, confessing that she'd staged the display in hopes he might earn her a reunion with Léa. On another visit, Schutzenberger asked her outright, "You put on an act the other day, Wednesday?" She answered, "Yes, sir, yes, but I didn't put on the madman's act." Doctor, do you realize the gravity of your admission? Christine, I am placing myself in your hands because I have no other choice. Later on July 12th, she acted severe enough that the jail had no choice but to protect her from herself and others. In a letter from the chief guard at the detention center to the investigating magistrate, he said, I have the honor to report that the Papin woman is in a state of extreme agitation. Last night, I was forced to put her in a straitjacket to prevent her from gouging out her own eyes. The accused stated that she intended to gouge out the eyes of the investigating magistrate, Maître Brière, and the female guards. Furthermore, she attempted to bite several of the fellow inmates who had stepped in to restrain her. Christine's 60-year-old cellmate, Lucie Tessier, reported that she had witnessed violent outbursts and said, during these episodes, she suddenly rises from her bed and rushes off in search of her sister. She utters coarse language and loudly calls for her sister. She also asks for her husband and child. She kisses the ground and makes the sign of the cross with her tongue. On the floor, on the furniture, on the walls. She attempted to gouge out her own eyes in my presence, and, as I held her back, she seized my right hand and placed it in her mouth between her teeth. I had to twist her nose to make her let go, and I even slapped her twice. She was thrashing about wildly, so the guards had to put her in a straitjacket. She is still very agitated, and we are on edge, especially at night. But the other inmates and I are keeping a close watch on her, and we are determined not to be subjected to her violence. Before her first major violent episode, she experienced a sort of hallucination. She claimed to see her sister hanging from a tree with her legs severed. Sometimes, she tells us, I'm lost, they're going to cut off my head, so what should I do? If they have to cut me open, I'll just go all the way. During her episodes, while shouting obscenities, she has been known to lift her skirts in front of us. I believe she is hysterical, and that all the manifestations she exhibited appeared at the time of her menstruation. And this other inmate she mentions is Raymond Legay, who observed Christine's episodes are violent. For a good month now, Christine Papin, who is detained alongside me, has been prone to violent outbursts during which she screams and howls, trying to bite anyone nearby. She foams at the mouth, utters obscenities, and even lifts up her skirts. I have seen her try to gouge out her own eyes. We were forced to intervene and pull her hands away off her face, and the attendants were forced to put her in a straitjacket. At present, she does nothing but pray, kneeling and making the sign of the cross with her tongue on the floor, the walls, and the cupboard. Between these episodes, she would go silent for long stretches, repeating somewhere deep into the trenches of her own mind, before surfacing again into fits of bizarre, sexually charged displays that unsettled everyone who witnessed them. The examining doctors believed that these events and displays did not stem from mental pathology, but rather that Christine engaged in a fit of anger and acts of feigning illness in order to avoid being separated from her sister. A few days later, on July 19th, Christine wrote a letter to the prison administrator. Mr. Boutier, I ask you to please request an explanation from me regarding what I told and recounted to you, and please grant me the permission to see you so I can explain my life. However, I do not wish to be alone with you for this explanation, and I ask that you please allow me to be with my sister, Léa Papin. Please grant me permission to see my sister, Léa Papin, again. Naturally, the investigating judge ordered a psychiatric evaluation, which was conducted over several months and concluded in the summer of 1933 by expert Pierre Schutzenberger, prepared in collaboration with doctors Victor Truel and Jacques Broruc. The purpose of this examination was not simply to determine whether Christine and Léa were insane, but the court needed to understand something much more complicated. Who were these women before the murders? What was their mental state at the time of the crime? And could their actions be explained by a psychiatric disorder? When Dr. Schutzenberger examined Christine, he found no physical abnormalities, no memory impairment, and no significant family history of mental illness. To a modern audience who may have watched the first couple of parts of this series, this statement might seem surprising to you. Because looking backward with what we know today, there are several pieces of the family history that stand out. Their mother, Clémence, displayed behaviors that modern observers might question as possible signs of a severe personality disturbance. Their father struggled with alcohol, which we now understand can be connected to a number of underlying psychological and social problems. There were also reports of mental illness elsewhere in the extended family, including an uncle who died by suicide and another relative who spent time in an asylum. But this is where we have to be careful with our lens. The doctors in 1933 were not working with our modern understanding of mental health. Their definition of mental illness was much narrower. They were not looking at family trauma, emotional instability, personality disorders, addiction, or patterns of dysfunctional relationships in the way we might today. They were looking for recognizable psychiatric disorders, conditions that could be identified through the medical knowledge of their time. And it is also possible that the doctors, or even the sisters themselves, simply did not have access to all of the family information we have today. A family history is only as complete as the information investigators were able to collect. This distinction matters because the question before the court was not simply, were the Papin sisters raised in a troubled family? Looking back, the answer to that appears to be a resounding yes. The question was, did they suffer from a recognized mental disorder that could explain the crime? And based on the psychiatric knowledge of 1933, the experts concluded that they did not find evidence of one. Additionally, the report conceded that Christine's intelligence was considered average. When asked why she was not working, she simply replied, "I do not have to work. As I am an accused person, I will have time to work if I am convicted." Most importantly, she appeared to understand exactly what she had done and the consequences she faced. When asked about the possibility of execution, she responded, "I'll be punished right up until the moment my head is cut off. It makes no difference to me. I've killed, so too bad for me." So while the doctor found no evidence of mental illness, he did note something unusual about Christine's emotional life. He wrote that her affectivity presents certain peculiarities in that it is, in a sense, selective and focused solely on her younger sister, Léa. In other words, Christine's entire emotional world appeared to revolve around her younger sister. And this is no surprise to us, of course. And after everything that had happened, the violence of the crime and the sister's behavior afterward, and Christine's desperate attempts to be reunited with Léa in prison, people began searching for another explanation. Was this attachment simply the bond between two sisters who had endured the same hardships? Or was there something else beneath it? The psychiatrists examined the question directly. Regarding romantic relationships, Christine said she had no romantic thoughts and no hopes of marriage. The experts found no signs of possessiveness, obsession, revenge, or a hidden romantic fixation. And medical examinations confirmed her virginity. And at first glance, that seems like an incredibly invasive and irrelevant thing to include in a murder investigation. And frankly, it made me shudder. But to understand why it's there in the report and why it happened, we have to step into the mindset of psychiatry of the 1930s. The doctors weren't simply trying to determine whether Christine was sane, they were trying to build a complete psychological profile. They believed a person's romantic life, sexual history, emotional attachments, and attitudes toward marriage could all reveal something about their mental state and, more importantly, about their motives. So they asked questions that today would seem wildly inappropriate. Had she ever been in love? Did she want to get married? Had she ever had a sexual relationship? Did she have unusual attachments? Was there any evidence of sexual obsession or what the era called sexual perversion? These weren't side questions. To the psychiatrists of the 1930s, they were considered central to understanding why someone had committed a violent crime. And we'll talk more about this later, but by this point, there were already whispers surrounding Christine and Léa's unusually close relationship. The court wanted to rule out every possible motive, including whether the murders had anything to do with a secret romantic relationship between the sisters or some other sexual fixation. So when the report states that Christine had no interest in marriage, that medical examination confirmed her virginity, and that the doctors found no evidence of sexual obsession or an inappropriate attachment to Léa, they weren't making a moral judgment. They were documenting why they believe the murders were not driven by a sexual motive. So according to the psychiatric report, Christine's behavior after the murders did not resemble someone who had acted out a long-standing obsession and then experienced relief after finally releasing it. Nor did she show signs of epilepsy or another condition that could explain the violence. The most striking difference between the sisters was not their emotional state, but their personalities. Christine was viewed as the more dominant and assertive sister, while Léa was considered quieter and more passive. Even their intelligence was described differently. Léa's was considered normal, but her academic performance had been much weaker than Christine's. Yet, despite their differences, the experts found the same pattern. Léa showed no signs of hatred, persecution delusions, hallucinations, or a desire for revenge against the Lancelins. After the murders, she did not experience a sense of liberation. Like Christine, Léa's emotional attachments appeared concentrated almost entirely on her sister. But Dr. Schussenberger made an important distinction. He wrote that Léa's attachment to Christine was intense, but not abnormal. There was nothing unusual about this, especially considering that the two sisters lived together without any other family. The report went further. No ambiguous motives or sexual attachments could be detected. Léa's affection for Christine appeared to be familial, almost filial. After all, Christine, as the older sister, had filled a role that went beyond ordinary sibling relationships. To Léa, Christine was not simply a sister, she was also a protector, a substitute parent even, her closest connection in a world where almost every other relationship had failed her. When Léa expressed regret, it was brief and revealing. "We went too far," she said. In another section of the report, Dr. Schussenberger noted that much of the information gathered about the sisters was actually positive. Their reputations had darkened after the crime, but he suggested that the deterioration of their character may have been connected to their painful relationship with their mother. As for the idea that the sisters suffered from a persecution delusion, that they believed the Lancelins were deliberately tormenting them by screaming at them and slamming their heads into the walls, the doctor remained cautious. The police commissioner had not provided definite evidence of such statements, and the report noted that if the sisters had truly displayed delusional beliefs, the commissioner likely would have remembered and documented them. The supposed persecution, therefore, did not appear significant enough to explain the crime, and the final question remained. How could two women with no obvious psychiatric illness, with no apparent motive, commit such extreme violence? The experts considered whether the brutality could have been a result of an epileptic episode or an uncontrollable impulsive state. But they rejected that explanation. In their view, nothing in Christine's medical history or examination fit the pattern they would expect. They found no history of seizures, no so-called masked epileptic episodes, no fugue states, and no evidence of the kinds of neurological symptoms they associated with epilepsy. That conclusion, however, would soon be challenged. Because by the time the trial began, Christine had already suffered a dramatic psychological collapse inside Le Mans prison, one so severe that it forced the court to ask a new question. If she wasn't suffering from epilepsy, then what exactly had happened to her? The violence was real and the brutality was undeniable. But the psychiatrist could not find a simple medical explanation for it. On September 27, 1933, Christine wrote another letter. Mr. President, I ask you please, sir, to tell me what I should do because I have a terrible pain in my brain and to tell me how I can make it disappear. Please accept my deepest respect. All in all, their conclusion in the report was unambiguous. The sisters were fully responsible for their actions at the time of the crime. The absence of any clear motive might, on the surface, suggest the work of deranged minds, but the doctors were firm that this was not the case. In their assessment, Christine and Léa were not insane. They showed no evidence of any pathological mental disorder that might have diminished their culpability. This conclusion will, of course, be debated at the trial. Christine was represented by Maître Germaine Brière, a remarkable figure in her own right. In 1933, she was already part of a generation of women who had only begun recently to enter the French legal profession. Brière had become one of the first women admitted to the bar in France, a field that had historically been almost entirely closed to women. Maître Chotampo represented Léa. The victim's family would also retain lawyers in August of 1933 to protect their best interests, too, regarding the civil suit. The trial began at the Sarthe Assize Court on Friday, September 29, 1933, almost 8 months after the murders. The area around the courthouse was heavily guarded with 200 police officers as the story about the Papin sisters had become a national sensation. There was even a municipal order placed to prohibit gathering at the courthouse for the trial, and car traffic was being diverted away from the courthouse. It did not, however, stop people from shouting for their execution. 7 soldiers stood in the court gallery with bayonets fixed. As over 40 journalists and photographers were admitted, they were warned that order must be maintained in the courtroom at all times. At 1:30 p.m., a bell rang out in the courtroom and the bailiff announced, "Gentlemen, the court." At this, everyone rose to stand. Into the gallery came Mr. Bucher, a justice from the Angers Court of Appeal, who would preside over the trial. His presence was a reminder of just how serious this case was. The Papin sisters were not appearing before an ordinary criminal court. They were facing the Cour d'Assises, the highest criminal court in France, reserved for the most serious crimes, including murder and offenses that could carry the death penalty. Cases like this demanded the experience of a senior magistrate to guide the proceeding. But Judge Bucher was not alone. Following him were 3 additional judges from the Le Mans court of the first instance, Judges Bouvier, Desnots, and Gérin. They were part of the judicial panel. They would listen to the testimony, examine the evidence, weigh the arguments, and participate in the court's final decision. And then there was the jury. Unlike the judges who represented legal expertise and the authority of the state, the jurors represented ordinary citizens. Their role was to bring the perspective of the public into the courtroom, to decide whether the evidence proved the sisters' guilt beyond the legal questions presented by the judges. There were 12 jurors and 1 alternate juror. And as it was not lawful for women to vote or serve as jurors until 1944, the panel was made up of 13 men, a fact worth sitting with given that the 2 people on trial were women, and the 2 people they killed were women too. Whatever verdict emerged from that courtroom, it would be reached through the eyes of men. Those men were, in almost every sense, ordinary. 5 were farmers, men who worked the land of the Sarthe countryside, and had likely never given a moment's thought to psychiatry or class theory before this case landed on their doorstep. There were 2 notaries spending their days behind desks settling property disputes and drafting contracts, not parsing the architecture of a broken mind. The rest rounded out a cross-section of provincial trades such as a carpenter, a wheelwright, a property owner, and a military agent. The oldest was a 61-year-old wheelwright, and the youngest was a 30-year-old farmer. Waiting in reserve in case illness or misfortune thinned their ranks before a verdict came in, sat a 45-year-old baker, Alphonse Proudhon, as the alternate juror. No doctors, no psychologists, no women. Just 13 working men of Le Mans and its surrounding villages, pulled from their fields and workshops and asked to decide largely on instinct and testimony, whether two sisters were monsters or madwomen. Together, the magistrates and the jury formed the body that would decide the fate of Christine and Léa Papin, a combination of legal judgment and public consequence, attempting to answer one impossible question. How should France judge two women accused of one of the most shocking and gratuitous murders the country had ever seen? Then into the courtroom gallery entered the Papin sisters and their attorneys. It was odd, though. The public expected to see two monstrous women, and what they saw wasn't that. Christine's gaunt-like gaze was lowered, a modest bun peeked out from the nape of her neck, and she wore a light beige high-collared coat with a blue blouse underneath. Léa appeared more fearful, with a vacant stare, and wore a dark-colored coat. The presiding judge declares the start of the proceedings. He asks the accused to state their identities as well as remind the attorneys Article 311 of the Code of Criminal Procedure, and they are to comply with them. Then the jurors take their oath. Finally, the court clerk reads aloud the committal order and the indictment, all standard procedures. The list of witnesses are submitted by both the prosecutor and the defense. The expected witnesses would be the commissioners, policemen, witnesses to the timeline like the brother, forensic pathologists, doctors who performed the psych evaluation, Christine's cellmates, and an expert doctor by the name of Joseph Logre. Now, before Christine and Léa Papin ever stepped into the courtroom, the presiding judge had already spent weeks studying the case. Because this was a French criminal trial in the 1930s, the courtroom worked very differently from what many people today would recognize from an American trial, say. This was not a simple battle between a prosecutor and a defense attorney, with the judge acting only as like a referee. Trials were built around a judge-led search for the truth. In French legal language, this idea was known as la manifestation de la vérité, the discovery of the truth. Before the trial began, the presiding judge reviewed the entire investigative file, known as the dossier. This file contained the evidence gathered during the investigation by the examining magistrate, witness statements, expert reports, interrogations, and the detail of the crime scene itself. Then, when the trial started, the first major examination was not led by the prosecutor or the defense. It began with the judge questioning the accused. The judge would ask about everything: their childhood, their family, their work, their relationships, personality, whether they had any previous criminal record, and finally, the events that brought them before the court. The purpose was to give the jury a complete understanding of the people sitting before them and to compare their answers with the statements already collected during the investigation. And this is where the Papin sisters' trial becomes so frustrating. The court was prepared to ask them questions, and the public was desperate for answers. Everyone wanted to understand what could have driven two seemingly ordinary domestic servants to commit such a brutal crime. But Christine and Léa Papin would offer very little. Christine never once looked up, her face betraying nothing except an occasional grimace when certain facts were recounted. Both sisters remained eerily calm and orderly throughout, as if they had no real sense of where they were or even what they were facing. They obeyed every order given: stand, sit, speak, say yes or no, with the mechanical ease of muscle memory, never resisting, never hesitating. It was this very composure that confused the public and the press alike. Where were the disheveled, screaming young women the country had been promised back in February? So after the judge has Christine and Léa state their identities, he outlines their childhood, family background, and domestic service history. The circumstances of the crime were also recounted in detail, as well as the autopsy report. This gives the jury and the public full context of what had happened. Then he questions Christine. Did Madame Lancelin raise her hand and strike you? Say yes or no. Christine, no. Judge, did she simply say to you, again? Christine, she said nothing. I was the one who attacked her. Judge, you took the pewter pot and struck Madame Lancelin on the head. Is that correct? Christine, I stunned her. Judge, Madame Lancelin collapsed. Mademoiselle Lancelin arrived. Did she grab you by the hair? Christine, I was the one who attacked her. Judge, after felling the mother, you wanted to fell the daughter. She tried to defend herself. Since you were the one who had attacked her, she defended herself. Was that when your sister arrived? Christine, she was right beside me. So as you just heard, the judge got very little out of Christine. A confession, sure, but people needed more than that. No one questioned who had done this. What they craved was why, because none of it made sense on its face, and that was the one answer the judge could not pull from her. Since Christine offered so little on the stand, he turned to the official interrogation transcripts from the investigation, reading aloud the details she'd gone quiet on in court, including her own admission to the investigators that it was she who told Léa to tear out Madame Lancelin's eyes. The judge then turned to Léa for questioning, but she just sits there mumbling. So the judge says, "I will say it for you if you do not wish to speak," meaning he will read out the information in the official records if she won't speak for herself in this moment. So Léa says, "I went for Madame Lancelin's eyes." Judge, when your sister saw that Madame Lancelin was trying to get up, was it she who said to you, "Gouge out her eyes"? Léa, yes. Judge, you rushed at her. You stunned her by banging her head against the floorboards and gouged out her eyes. How? Léa, with my fingers. Judge, what did you do with the knife? Léa, I made incisions in her legs. The judge then asks both the sisters about any motive. Did they have any grievances against their employers? Both Christine and Léa reaffirmed that they did not premeditate their act and had no grievances against their employers. And then there was an uncomfortable shift in the courtroom when the judge turned to a question that, in 1933 France, was considered deeply taboo: the nature of Christine and Léa Papin's relationship. Now, if you've watched the films, read the articles, or even just heard this case discussed over the years, you might assume the rumors about a romantic or incestuous relationship between the sisters were based on some kind of discovery made during the investigation, because I certainly did. It is one of the most repeated parts of the Papin sisters' story. It appears so often that it starts to feel like a confirmed fact, like there must have been something in the evidence that proved it. But when you actually go back to the trial records and the investigative files and the official accounts, that evidence simply doesn't exist. There is nothing that even slightly proves that Christine and Léa had sexual or romantic relationship. But what does exist are observations that people at the time, and many people afterward, interpreted through the lens of their own assumptions. The sisters were intensely close. They shared a bed. Christine was desperate to be reunited with Léa after their arrest. They had spent their everyday lives together, isolated from almost everyone else. And in a society where homosexuality was deeply stigmatized and relationships between women were often misunderstood, that closeness became something people wanted to explain. But when you look at everything we have learned about these two women, their childhood and abandonment, the time in institutions, the years working together, and then the trauma they carried too, it is not difficult for me at least to understand why Christine and Léa would have formed such an intense, possibly codependent bond. They were not just sisters. They were each other's only constant. The judge asks Léa, "Earlier, I spoke of the affection that bound you to your sister. Did you hear the question I put to her? I am asking you now. Your sister claims there was nothing abnormal about your relationship, that it was based solely on family ties. Nothing more than that passed between you?" Léa simply said, "No." And the judge clarified this question. "I was speaking of a sexual relationship, of romantic intimacy. There was nothing of that sort?" And Léa would say nothing more on the topic. So why did the judge ask these questions if there was no evidence and the sisters denied any such relationship? Because in a case like this, no possibility could be ignored. The court needed to eliminate every possible explanation. Was the murder connected to some hidden romantic obsession or jealousy? Or was the answer found somewhere else? In years of anger, fear, humiliation, and a relationship with the outside world that had left them completely isolated. The judge asked directly whether their affection was simply familial or whether there was something more. Christine's answer was clear when she said there was, quote, "nothing else between us," unquote. And officially, that was the end of that line of inquiry, but the rumor did not end there. Over time, speculation became so intertwined with the story that many people began repeating it as fact. The tragedy is that the most sensational explanation, the one people found most fascinating, was never the one supported by the evidence. The questioning of the sisters did little to clarify any motive or understanding beyond what the court and public already knew from the official reports. If any blanks were going to be filled, it would have to come from other witnesses. Christine's 2 cell inmates took the stand and confirmed everything in the report that we've already discussed here. And they emphasized the intensity of Christine's episodes. But when the doctors that conducted the examination of Christine and the psych report testified, they too reiterated what was in the report, but also that those episodes the inmates testified to, they believe, was an act because Christine didn't have any bruising on her hands or eyes that would indicate she was truly trying to harm herself. Renee Lancelin and the other witnesses from the family described Christine and Léa as excellent servants. Their work was considered reliable, and there had been no major complaints about their performance. But there was one change they noticed. After 1929, the year the sisters' relationships with their mother deteriorated, their behavior began to shift. On their days off, they stopped going out. They stayed inside their room. Their expressions became darker. Witnesses described them as withdrawn, sad, and almost closed off from the world. But the difficult part is that in 1933, few people understood emotional trauma, dysfunctional family relationships, or the psychological impact of abuse in the way we do today. Domestic servants, especially young working-class women, were not always seen as people whose inner lives required attention. The mother's conflict with the daughters was considered a private family matter. A maid's sadness was not necessarily seen as a warning sign. And so the people around Christine and Léa noticed that something had changed, but they did not have the language or the knowledge, or perhaps even the social position to understand what that change meant. But of course, in any case, the doctor's testimony confirming what they wrote in the psych report would be the most impactful for the jury anyway. On the stand, Dr. Baruch stated, "From a strictly medical standpoint, we maintain that there is neither disease nor defect. One might perhaps split hairs in the realm of psychology, but it is certain that nothing can, medically speaking, diminish the responsibility of the 2 accused women." And Dr. Turrell said, "No signs of mental illness, no persecution complex, no melancholia, no epilepsy. Christine is normal. Léa's intellectual faculties are undoubtedly less developed, yet she is nonetheless fully responsible for her actions." The defense then called Dr. Loger to the stand, a psychiatrist whose testimony would challenge the conclusions reached by the 3 court-appointed experts. Before presenting his disagreement, Dr. Loger first acknowledged the work of his colleagues. He did not question their competence or their efforts. But after examining the case, he believed there were important elements they had not fully addressed. The first was the crime itself. According to Dr. Loger, this was a murder that appeared to have no immediate motive or an extremely weak one. And yet, what followed was a level of violence that was difficult to reconcile with such limited trigger. He points to the ferocity of the attack, the relentlessness of the violence, and the most disturbing detail of all, the removal of the victim's eyes. To Dr. Loger, the question was, what psychological state could explain such extreme violence? He then outlined several possible explanations. The first was the possibility of a persecution complex, a belief that they were being targeted, mistreated, or threatened. To support this possibility, he referred to the incident at the town hall with the mayor, claiming the Lancelins were persecuting them, but offered no detail or explanation of their accusations, suggesting it may have revealed a distorted perception of events. He then turned to what he considered another troubling aspect of the case, the relationship between the 2 sisters. Dr. Loger described an extraordinary psychological dynamic between them, where Léa's personality appeared almost completely eclipsed by Christine's. The younger sister, in his view, seemed to exist largely through her attachment to her older sister. He also drew attention to Christine's behavior while in prison, including what he interpreted as sexual preoccupations, and compared this with the injuries inflicted on the victims. To him, these details raised further questions about the psychological forces behind the crime. Finally, he considered the possibility of hysteroepilepsy, a diagnosis used at the time to describe extreme psychological or neurological states. But Dr. Loger's conclusion was not that the sisters were definitively insane. Instead, his argument was that the available evidence did not allow anyone to be certain. He explained that based on the facts of the case, he could not determine that the Papin sisters had acted during a fit of madness, but neither could forensic experts confidently assert that they were completely sane either. For that reason, he argued that the second psychiatric examination was necessary, conducted in a specialized facility. As he stated, it is always possible to determine that a person is ill, even if one cannot immediately say what the nature of the illness is. In Dr. Loger's view, the uncertainty itself was enough to justify further investigation. Before the court reaches a verdict, no doubt should remain about what the mental state of the accused is. I think it's important to note here that unlike Doctors Baruch, Schutzenberger, and Truel, who personally examined Christine and Léa, Dr. Loger never met with the accused women, and he did not conduct his own psychiatric evaluation of them. His testimony was based entirely on his review of the existing case materials and the conclusions reached by other experts. This does not mean his opinion was insignificant. Dr. Loger was a highly respected psychiatrist with extensive experience, and his disagreement carried enough weight that the court allowed him to present his concerns. But his argument was ultimately a challenge to the interpretation of the evidence, not a diagnosis based on his own examination of Christine and Léa. So after hearing Dr. Loger's testimony, the three original experts, Drs. Baruch, Schutzenberger, and Truel, returned to the stand and reaffirmed the conclusions of their report that we are all aware of by now. But the disagreement between the psychiatrists gave the defense an opportunity. Maître Choton, Léa's attorney, requested a supplementary investigation into the mental state of the sisters and asked that the trial be postponed until another expert examination could be conducted. Maître Moulier, the attorney representing the family in the civil matter, responded that he did not see the necessity of another examination, but he would not oppose the court considering the request. The public prosecutor, however, strongly objected. His argument was that the court should rely on the findings of the three officially appointed experts who had already completed their work, stating, "We must abide by the word of the three legally appointed experts. They have given their opinion. The matter is settled." At 5:00 p.m. that night, the hearing was suspended while the judges withdrew to deliberate. 15 minutes later, the court returned with its decision. The presiding judge read the ruling. The request for a new psychiatric evaluation was denied. The court found that the three appointed experts had already thoroughly examined the accused, reviewed the case file, and fulfilled their duties after prolonged observation. No new fact had been presented that had not already been considered, and another examination would only delay the proceedings. With both sides having presented their psychiatric arguments and witnesses, the civil party now had the opportunity to speak. For viewers unfamiliar with the French legal system, the civil party was not the same thing as the prosecution. The Lancelin family had formally joined the criminal proceedings as victims, which gave their lawyer, Maître Moulier, the right to participate in the trial and present arguments on their behalf. His role was to represent the interests of the Lancelin family, to defend their reputation, challenge claims that the Papin sisters were victims, and support the conclusion that Christine and Léa were fully responsible for their actions. Maître Moulier began his statements by explaining why the Lancelin family had filed as a civil party in the first place. They wanted to respond to the way some newspapers had portrayed the Papin sisters as victims of an oppressive bourgeois system. Those articles suggested that the sisters' lives had been so difficult and wretched, that the work demanded of them had been so harsh and arduous that the crime had to be understood as the result of their suffering. To counter the image of Christine and Léa as exploited victims, Maître Moulier presented a very different portrait of their employment with the Lancelins. He read letters from former servants who described the family favorably and argued that the sisters had been treated well. One such report from Augustin Courbillon stated, "I entered the service of Mr. and Mrs. Lancelin immediately after my marriage. I stayed for about 10 years. I was very happy there and have absolutely no cause for complaint, considering they were excellent employers. They gave me instructions very kindly and, when the occasion arose, offered friendly guidance." So, Maître Moulier stated, the sisters were fed just like the masters. The maids earned over 150 francs a month. He also pointed out that when the sisters were asked whether they had complaints about their employers, they repeatedly said they considered the position a good one. As he argued, they always replied that they found the position a good one and that, had they not found it so, they would not have stayed there for such a long time. And he added that Christine herself had chosen to bring Léa into the household, saying, if Christine Papin had not first found the position desirable, she would not have brought her sister there. Moulier had turned to the crime itself and attacked the sister's explanation that the murders occurred during an uncontrollable fit of rage. He called that defense foolish because it stands in absolute contradiction to Madame Lancelin's past character, habits, and upbringing, and because it flatly contradicts the medical findings subsequently made regarding the accused as well as all the circumstances of the case. He also criticized the decision to focus so heavily on the idea of a sudden fit of rage, arguing that the investigation had not sufficiently considered premeditation, stating, the indictment division accepted the fit of rage version so readily and appeared unwilling to dwell for even a moment on the issue of premeditation. He argued that if there had truly been a chaotic struggle, Madame and Genevieve Lancelin, both healthy adults, would have fought back. Yet he pointed out that not a single scratch or mark of a blow was found on the bodies of the Papin sisters. The lawyer also rejected alleged rumors that the sisters had romantic relationships with members of their employer's family, stating, they went so far as to attribute lovers to these girls, lovers chosen from among the families of their victims. He also sought to dismiss claims that the sisters were influenced by spiritualism. One official report dated February 10, 1933 from Lyons de Lalaine stated, I represented the French spiritualist communion, and I state that I do not know the two sisters, as they have never set foot in my home. An investigation conducted in the Delaine neighborhood confirms that no one saw the Papin sisters going to the said spiritualist's house. And most importantly, he would defend the conclusions of the psychiatric experts who had determined that the accused were fully responsible for their actions. To the civil party, the experts' conclusions were clear. You have heard their testimony. It is impossible to be clearer, more precise, or to appear more self-assured than these gentlemen were. From the standpoint of hereditary physical constitution and pathology, they told us that neither woman exhibits any defect capable of diminishing her criminal responsibility in any way. Then he turned his attention to Dr. Loger. Moulier questioned the neutrality of an expert who had not personally examined the sisters, saying, isn't he, to some extent, serving one of the parties? Doesn't he take the stand with the mission of testifying in the way that favors the defense? His argument was that Loger's opinion came entirely from information provided by the defense, stating, but who provided the information that shaped his conviction? Who gave him the necessary facts? The defense, and the defense alone, which told him only what it believed favored his client's case. Finally, Maître Moulier returned to the question of responsibility. He argued that the sisters had not lost their reason during the attack. The violence may have been extreme, but in his view, their actions afterward showed planning and awareness. He pointed to the fact that after the murders, they still understood their situation, deciding on a story to tell, and even took the time to secure the house by locking the door. While the fit of anger might have magnified their strength and fury, it did not cause them to lose their reason. They retained a perfect sense of time and of the state they were in. Once they had agreed on a means of defense, they had the presence of mind to go and bolt the front door. He argued that once the claim of madness failed, the sisters had adopted it as a strategy. He even suggested that Christine and Léa had coordinated their stories while in prison, despite being separated. Regarding the town hall incident, he argued that Christine's actions were not signs of delusion, but a deliberate attempt to gain financial independence from their mother. In the end, Maître Moulier gave the jury a clear message. I am authorized to ask you on behalf of all those civil parties to show yourselves absolutely inexorable toward the Papin sisters. They deserve no pity, and since the hatred they harbored against their employers inspired, in the crimes they committed, acts of torture and cruelty found only among savage peoples, since they behaved like wild beasts, they must be treated as savages and wild beasts. At 7:25 p.m., the hearing was suspended for about 90 minutes. Because the court was not finished for the day, believe it or not. They just needed a dinner break. But by 9 p.m., everyone had returned to their seats in the courtroom. This was not unusual for a trial of this era. These proceedings could last late into the evening, especially in major criminal cases where the court wanted the jury to hear the entire case before deliberating. The goal was to finish the presentation of evidence and arguments while everything was still fresh in their minds. And now at 9 p.m., it was time for the prosecution to speak. Representing society was Prosecutor Regier. Like Maître Moulier before him, Regier focused first on the brutality of the crime. He described a violent attack that began with Christine and then spiraled beyond control before returning to the central question of the trial. Were these two women mentally ill, or were they responsible for what they had done? His answer was clear. Regier acknowledged that the crime appeared to have been committed by two psychologically disturbed women, but he relied completely on the conclusions of the three court-appointed psychiatrists. Those doctors, he reminded the jury, had personally examined the sisters and reached the same conclusion. And all three came to tell you, with their right hands raised in the gesture of taking an oath, in all good consciousness, these girls are not mad. They must answer for their actions. Like the civil party, Regier then attacked Dr. Loger's testimony. His criticism was not necessarily that Loger lacked expertise. It was that he had formed his opinion without ever examining Christine or Léa himself. Regier argued, he is the one who, in the assize court, stands up before the official experts and tells them, "You three standing there are mistaken. You know nothing about this. I alone am right." Turning toward the defense, he continued, "My own experts, men of science every bit as accomplished as Dr. Loger, have seen the accused. They have studied them. They have delved into their very souls. Your witness, and I am certainly entitled to point out that he appears here at your expense, does not even know them. He has never laid eyes on them. To me, your witness seems to be performing the feat of solving a problem without knowing the data." Regier then returns to the central question. If Christine and Léa were not legally insane, how could they have committed a crime so horrific? His answer was that extreme violence does not always come from mental illness. The sisters, he argued, were not deranged. They suffer from no mental illness. They bear no burden of a tainted heredity. They are entirely normal intellectually, affectively, and emotionally. But normal people, he argued, could still commit terrible acts when overwhelmed by powerful emotions. There was, according to Regier, a difference between madness and rage. The crime was not the result of a medical condition. It was psychological. It was an eruption of anger and resentment, but the women remained responsible for their choices nonetheless. To illustrate his point, he used one of the most memorable comparisons of the trial. A rabid dog bites because disease has taken control of it. It attacks because it cannot help itself, driven by a pathological force. Such an animal cannot be considered responsible. But a vicious dog is different. A vicious dog can show affection. It can accept kindness, but if it feels provoked or mistreated, it may bite. According to Regier, the Papin sisters are not sick women. They are not rabid dogs. They are vicious dogs. For the prosecutor, Christine and Léa had not lost their reason. They had acted out of hatred, anger, and resentment, and therefore they had to answer for their actions. He argued the jury not only to convict, but to reject any possibility of mercy. I tell you, there is no room here for pity. They showed no pity, none at all, for those two unfortunate women who wished them only well and asked for nothing more than to live. His final request was severe. The jury, he reminded them, were not there to forgive. They were there to apply the law. You are here as ministers of the law. The law commands, and you must obey it. No pity for these monstrous gougers of eyes. I implore you to be pitiless, to be inexorable. I demand the maximum penalty. For this one, the penal colony. For that one, the scaffold. The final arguments belong to the defense attorneys. And the task before Christine's attorney, Maître Germain Brier, was enormous. By this point, public opinion had largely turned against Christine and Léa Papin. The brutality of the crime was difficult for anyone to move past. The defense was not asking the jury to deny what happened. They were asking them to see it differently. Maître Brier's argument was simple. You cannot treat sick people like criminals. Her challenge was to convince the jury that the sisters were not cruel women who had chosen evil, but two psychologically damaged women whose actions came from illness rather than ordinary human reasoning. After meeting with Christine and Léa herself, Brier explained that the sisters' answers had deeply affected her. She had questioned them about the motive for the crime and about what had happened that night. And their responses disturbed her, not because they seemed calculating, but because they seemed impossible to understand. There was no clear motive, no explanation that could truly account for what they had done. And what struck her most was that despite everything that had happened, the sisters still appeared to maintain the same respect for their victims that they had shown before the crime. She recalled, "Then an idea forced itself upon me irresistibly, and it has never left me. I was facing two wretched, deranged women." Briere then turned to Christine's life before the murders. She painted a portrait of a young woman shaped by abandonment, a difficult childhood, a harsh religious upbringing, and a deeply troubled relationship with her mother. But rather than focusing on the horror of the crime itself, she challenged the psychiatric evaluations that had declared the sisters responsible. She argued that important information had been overlooked. One example was the medical examiner's report. Briere questioned why the psychiatrist had not had access to the full details of their victims' injuries, the number and nature of the wounds specifically, which she believed would have provided important insight into Christine and Léa's mental state during the attack. She also criticized what she considered an incomplete investigation into the sisters' family history. The psychiatric report had found no significant family history of mental illness, but Briere argued that the experts had not been given the full picture. She pointed to the father's alcoholism and alleged abuse toward the older sister, which I will interject here and remind you that although it could have been true, the only one accusing him of abusing Amelia was Clémence herself, and she had damn good motive to do so. But I digress. She also highlighted the mother's intense religious preoccupations in the letter, to which I think she means her obsession over whether her daughters will go into convent life or not. And of course, the additional family tragedies. She said that it was also revealed to us that a nephew of the accused woman mother had been institutionalized and that one of her brothers had hanged himself. There is no trace of this in the report. To Briere, these details mattered because they could suggest a hereditary vulnerability to mental illness, an idea that carried significant weight in psychiatry at the time. Then she addressed one of the most controversial subjects of the trial, the psychiatric examination itself. In 1933, Briere argued that the doctors had failed to investigate Christine and Léa's sexuality thoroughly enough. She questioned why the examinations had not included a physical examination of the sexual development and virginity, stating, "I am surprised that it did not focus on the genitals of the two accused women." She argued, and bear with me here because this is according to psychiatric thinking of the time, that a lack of sexual experience could be connected to certain mental disorders, stating, "There are certain psychoses that develop particularly in women who are still virgins or who do not lead a normal sexual life. Chastity can lead to disorders in women predisposed to mental illness." By modern standards, these beliefs are outdated and scientifically questionable. But in 1933, Briere was using the psychiatric language available to her to argue that Christine and Léa's unusual emotional lives were evidence that something was psychologically wrong. She then returned to the turning point in the sisters' lives, their separation from their mother. Briere argued that the emotional collapse that followed this conflict was a warning sign. The state preceded an event such as the crime of which the defendants are accused is of great significance. It can herald a crisis or mark a period of mental instability. She pointed again to the town hall incident, arguing that it gave the impression of women who were not thinking normally. She criticized the fact that the official report did not consider those behaviors significantly enough. She also challenged the amount of time the psychiatrist had spent examining the sisters. Doctors Baruch and Truel had spent only 2 hours with each woman. According to Briere, that was nowhere near enough to reach a definitive conclusion. And I'm wondering now, since the report took several months, if this was like a few minutes of meeting the sisters here and there over time, and then taking their sweet time to write the report. I'm not really sure. But the attorney also pointed to Dr. Loger's opinion that a proper assessment would have required months of observation in a specialized psychiatric facility. The defense then focused on Christine's behavior after the murders. Briere argued that her episodes in prison, Christine's that is, including hallucinations, fainting spells, seizures, foaming at the mouth, and hunger strikes, were not a behavior of a calculating criminal. They were evidence, she argued, of a disturbed mind. She cited testimony from fellow prisoners and prison staff. "You can ask those who have tried near them. You can ask those who have lived near them for months. They will all tell you that they never showed any intention of defending themselves. They do not even realize the situation they are in. For Breuer, Christine's behavior proved that she was disconnected from reality. She then returned to one of the most disturbing details of the crime: the removal of the eyes and exposure of Genevieve Lancelin's body. Breuer argued that the experts had failed to ask Christine the right questions. She recalled asking Christine why she had undressed Mademoiselle Lancelin. It was a question the experts never put to her, and yet how significant it was. To Breuer, the act could suggest something far beyond ordinary violence. Did the fact that the trousers had been pulled down not, in effect, suggest an erotic act or an act of madness? She argued that this was another detail the psychiatrist had dismissed too quickly. And when asked why she had done it, Christine gave an answer that only deepened the mystery. She said she was searching for something she wanted to possess, something that would have made her stronger. She also claimed to remember a past life in which she had been her sister's husband and expressed a desire for a different body. To the defense, those statements were not evidence of guilt. They were evidence that Christine Papin was not thinking like a sane person. The entire defense rested on one idea. The crime was so extreme, so disconnected from the ordinary human motivation, that the only explanation was that the women who committed it were not ordinary criminals at all. She says, "Justice is not pitiless and brutal. It is not acts that it must judge, but human beings with all their frailties." And she goes on to suggest that the accused women must be rendered harmless by being treated as sick persons, and it is essential to take them to an asylum rather than to prison. In conclusion, Maitre Breuer places the future of the Papin sisters in the hands of the jury. It seems to us that, at present, we do not see this matter clearly enough. The experts were unaware of certain facts, and significant events have occurred since their examination. We believe it would be desirable for a new psychiatric evaluation to be ordered. Following this new evaluation, which would provide us with full assurance, our consciences would allow us to reach a decision with the desired peace of mind. Today, the issue is not pity, but justice. You, gentlemen of the jury, are our ultimate hope, the ones to whom we turn to in desperation, imploring you to assist us in our search for truth. Oh, help us, gentlemen of the jury. Help us shed full light on this matter. This is all we ask of you. You cannot refuse us. The sole final argument belonged to Léa's defense attorney, Maître Pierre Chanton. Like Maitre Breuer before him, Chanton challenged the conclusions of the psychiatric experts and requested another evaluation of the sisters' mental state. But while Breuer's defense had focused heavily on Christine's suffering, her childhood, and the emotional forces that may have shaped her behavior, Chanton approached it from a different angle. His argument was not simply that the sisters had suffered. It was that the court did not yet have enough information to determine their responsibility. The psychiatric evidence had become a battle of experts. As Chanton explained, facing one doctor, just one, is another doctor, a distinguished physician. One tells you, these women are not insane. The other says, be careful, there is more to it. To him, that disagreement alone created uncertainty. Reasonable doubt, you might say. This was not a question of choosing sides between two medical opinions. It was a question of whether the court could deliver a final judgment when respected experts disagreed about something as fundamental as the accused women's mental state. He argued, in any case, we are arguing a matter of principle. The consequences, he said, were too serious to rush. Whether the sisters were confined somewhere for treatment or faced punishment mattered less than making sure the court reached the correct conclusion. Even the possibility of execution, he argued, should not force the court into a decision without certainty, stating, "The guillotine? Such dramatic words. After all, women are not guillotined. What are we asking for? Not even extenuating circumstances." To be clear, the defense was not asking the jury simply to forgive Christine and Léa. They were asking the court to admit that there were unanswered questions. We cannot pass judgment because we lack sufficient information. After a further medical examination, our successors will be able to decide. The prosecution interjected by reminding the jurors of their duty. They were there to judge the accused based on the evidence already presented. Chanton, however, insisted that the judges and jurors were not bound to accept the existing conclusions without question. After all the arguments had been made, The floor was returned to the accused. Christine and Léa remained silent. So, presiding Judge Boucher declared the proceedings closed. He read aloud the questions from the indictment, asking the jury to decide whether the sisters were guilty of the crimes charged. By this point, it's 12:15 a.m. on September 30th, and all of this is not even over yet. After an entire day of testimony, psychiatric debate, and competing interpretations of the same evidence, the jurors retired to deliberate. But it doesn't take them long, as just 40 minutes later, at almost 1 a.m. in the morning, they have reached a verdict. So everyone settles back into the courtroom, and the foreman of the jury, named Louis Chaunot, says, with his hand over his heart, "On my honor and conscience, before God and before men, the declaration of the jury regarding the principal facts, along with their circumstances and mitigating circumstances, is as follows. 1. Is Christine Germain Papin guilty of having, in Le Mans on February 2nd, 1933, intentionally caused the death of Léonie Denise Marie Ringard, wife of Lancelin? Answer, yes, by a majority. Extenuating circumstances? Yes, by a majority, in favor of the accused, Léa Isabelle Papin. 2. Is Christine Papin guilty of having, in Le Mans on February 2nd, 1933, intentionally caused the death of Geneviève Lancelin? Answer, yes, by a majority. Circumstances, did the murder specified above under number 2 precede, accompany, or follow the murder specified above number 1? Answer, yes, by a majority. 3. Is Léa Isabelle Papin guilty of having, in Le Mans on February 2nd, 1933, intentionally caused the death of Léonie Denise Marie Ringard, wife of Lancelin? Answer, yes, by a majority. The jury had reached its decision. Christine and Léa Papin were guilty. Now the court had to determine their punishment. The presiding judge read the article of law establishing the penalty for murder. Then came the sentence. Christine Papin was condemned to death, and Léa Papin was sentenced to 10 years of hard labor and a 20-year ban from residing in Le Mans. The difference between the two sentences came down to the jury's recognition of mitigating circumstances for Léa. Although she was found guilty of the murders, the jury considered her role differently from Christine's. According to Christine's own statement to the investigating magistrate, Léa had entered the attack only after Christine had already done most of the damage. The two sisters stood together as the sentence and Article 12 of the Penal Code was read. Anyone sentenced to death shall be beheaded. When Christine heard those words, she collapsed to her knees. Her lawyer stepped forward and helped her back to her feet, and after that moment, there was no further visible display of emotion from either sister as the rest of the sentencing was read. The court then ordered the two women to pay legal costs of the trial jointly, and they were given 3 days to appeal the decision. Finally, the judge read the last ruling. The Papin sisters were ordered to pay 1 franc in damages to the civil party, the Lancelin family. And this was strictly symbolic, of course. It was certainly not meant to compensate the Lancelin family financially, but rather a legal acknowledgement of harm. And with that, at 1:15 a.m. on September 30th, the hearing was adjourned and the trial of Christine and Léa Papin had come to an end. After the verdict, Christine said, "Since they are going to cut off my head, they might as well do it right now." And she refused to eat or drink anything since. She is shackled and slumped against the wall by day and straitjacketed by night. Her mental health takes another nosedive, and there's a level of dissonance. She doesn't know why she's wearing a prison uniform, saying, "Why are they giving me all this? Why are they punishing me? I haven't done anything. Everyone mocks me and wishes me harm. Even my own sister doesn't love me anymore." But her lawyer is working on an appeal for a retrial, and she only has 3 days to do it and to get the sisters' signatures to submit it. And she does get Léa to submit it, and Christine says she will sign it, but inevitably she refuses, saying, "What's the point? I've said it all." However, given the nature of the heinous crime, Christine's case will also be reviewed. Maybe it's a matter of due process, I'm not actually really sure. But in any case, the appeals were denied anyway on November 29th. The defense had one more card to play though, for Christine anyway. Léa would have to serve her sentence, but they could try one more thing for Christine. They could appeal for clemency, which basically means they could try to get the court to find some measure of mercy. That is, if they can get Christine to sign the appeal. Christine said that's out of the question, and her attorney presses back on this. "It's the only thing that can save you now. It's the only recourse." Christine says, "Let them do whatever they want with me." She had in Germaine Bruyère an attorney who simply would not give up, one who was prepared to argue for clemency herself if Christine refused to let her, because she genuinely did not believe that Christine was criminally responsible for what happened. And now, after the trial has ended, Bruyère is looking at her client, gaunt, hollowed out, with a vacant, unfocused stare, and refusing to let her wave away the one thing that might save her. You can argue diminished responsibility as a legal strategy. That's easily enough. What's harder to fake is this kind of urgency, the refusal to give up on a client who has, by this point, essentially given up on herself. And it worked. On January 22nd, 1934, the prosecutor received a decree from the President of the French Republic commuting Christine's death sentence to life imprisonment with hard labor. Christine was impassive, apparently, and it would only take 2 days after this for both she and Léa to be delivered to the penitentiary in Rennes to serve their hard labor sentences. So, 2 things here. First, why did they commute Christine's death sentence, especially given that Christine didn't seem to care or fight it? Yes, Christine had been sentenced to death, but a death sentence did not automatically mean she would be executed. France had not abolished the death penalty for women, and a woman could still legally be sent to the guillotine. In fact, female executions would continue after Christine's case. But by the 1930s, there was already a growing hesitation around executing women. Part of that came from deeply rooted ideas about gender. Women were traditionally viewed as the weaker sex, more fragile and more influenced by others, and less naturally capable of extreme violence. Those beliefs were often based on outdated and paternalistic ideas, but they shaped how society viewed female criminals. A man convicted of murder could be seen as dangerous, who needs to be eliminated, and a woman convicted of murder often created a different reaction, shock and discomfort, and a desire to search for an explanation more thoroughly than a man's. People wanted to know what happened to make a woman commit such an act. Executing Christine would mean declaring with absolute certainty this woman was fully responsible, fully aware of her actions, and so dangerous that society itself needed to remove her. And that certainty was frightening, not only because of what Christine had done, but because of who she was. The Papin sisters were not strangers who had attacked from outside the home. They were domestic servants. They cooked the meals, they cleaned the rooms, and they cared for the children. They lived inside the homes of the families who employed them. They were present in the most private spaces of bourgeois life, often working while their employers slept. The crime forced an uncomfortable question into the minds of many families who relied on domestic workers every day. If someone like Christine Papin could commit an act of such extreme violence, what did that mean about the people living behind their own doors? The idea was deeply unsettling because it challenged a relationship built on trust, dependence, and familiarity. For a servant to commit such a crime was not only horrifying, it was destabilizing. It suggested that someone who appeared ordinary, someone who was welcomed into the home, could also carry hidden anger or violence. And that was a possibility many people were desperate not to confront. Because if Christine Papin was simply a dangerous, fully responsible woman, then the threat could not be explained away as madness or a unique tragedy. It meant someone like her could exist. And the second thing, what does being sentenced to hard labor even mean? Jean Valjean in Les Miserables comes to mind personally, but what actually was the reality of this sentence? The legal term was travaux forcés, and it was not simply a longer prison sentence or working inside a prison. I mean, kind of, but it was a punishment designed around both confinement and forced labor. For many convicted prisoners, this meant being sent to France's penal colonies, particularly in French Guiana or other overseas territories, where prisoners performed physically demanding work under extremely harsh conditions. The reality was brutal and is deserving of an episode on its own. The system was known for overcrowding, disease, poor conditions, and high mortality rates. Many prisoners did not survive their sentences, not necessarily because of the labor alone, but because of the environment in which they were forced to live. However, Léa Papin's sentence and Christine's clemency came with an important difference. They were women. And by the 1930s, women sentenced to travaux forcés were generally not sent to the same penal colonies as male convicts. Instead, female prisoners were typically held in a women's prison, where they performed forms of prison labor. Their days were structured around sewing, textile production, laundry repairs, and other forms of institutional labor. It was not a simple job meant to pass the time, but rather the labor was part of the sentence itself, a way for the state to impose discipline and extract work from those it had convicted. And for the 10 years that Léa was sentenced to hard labor in the Rennes Central Prison, and by all accounts, she carried out her work meticulously, almost like she was in her element and pulled it off beautifully. She didn't rebel and accepted her separation from her sister and imprisonment. Nevertheless, a dynamic of helping her sister persisted. On February 17, 1934, she wrote the prison warden a request. "I have just received the sum of 185 francs today, and I would be very grateful if you would kindly place the sum of 120 francs into my sister's available savings." Meanwhile, Christine is incarcerated at the Rennes high security prison, and her condition is steadily worsening. She's completely withdrawn into silence, refuses to work, and there's difficulty eating normally, and has self-imposed isolation. On May 12, 1934, Dr. Porret, the physician at the Rennes Central Prison, sent an urgent request to the public prosecutor asking for Christine to undergo a psychiatric examination. Her mental state, he believed, required immediate attention. Christine was placed under observation, and Dr. Lamanche documented what he found. For several days, Christine remained in an observation cell. She lay in bed and had refused to get up for 48 hours. The doctor described her as showing signs of what they called a melancholic state. Her expression was anxious and depressed, her face was gaunt, and she appeared withdrawn from everyone around her. And from the beginning, she resisted contact. She refused to look at the doctors. She refused to answer questions. And when she finally spoke, it was only in a quiet voice and seemed to be with great difficulty. The few sentences they managed to draw from her were, "I don't deserve to live, thank you. I have to move, thank you. I'm good for nothing. I can't work. It's pointless to feed me." Christine's condition became even more concerning when she was brought face to face with Léa again. Because if you'll recall, it helped Christine to see Léa before the trial. But now when Léa appeared before her, Christine showed almost no recognition. She looked at her sister and said, "It's not her, it's someone else. She's very nice, but she's not my sister. If she were my sister, I wouldn't be in this state." She stared at Léa a long time before repeating, "It's not Léa." Christine believed that her sister had changed, saying that Léa has lowered herself and gone back to her former master. And when Léa left, Christine watched without any visible emotion. The doctors also recorded her refusal to participate in even basic examinations. She refused to show her tongue and refused to drink milk despite repeated attempts. But the most serious concern was her refusal to eat. Since arriving at Rennes Central Prison, Christine had become increasingly withdrawn. She participated in no activities, spent long periods lost in thought, and often refused to answer questions. For several weeks, she remained completely silent. The only words she regularly repeated were, "Thank you." She refused all food. At first, prison officials attempted to maintain her nutrition through nutrient enemas. And when she rejected those, doctors began giving her subcutaneous saline injections to keep her alive. Her sleep was irregular. Her health was deteriorating. She had lost a significant amount of weight, and her heart rate was elevated. Dr. Lamanche concluded, "Since her arrival in Rennes, Christine Papin has presented as a melancholic patient harboring feelings of unworthiness, feelings that are doubtless justified, yet accompanied by reactions that endanger her life, a systematic refusal of all food persisting for several weeks." He noted that her condition was worsening rather than improving, and after months of observation, the doctors concluded that Christine was unable to adapt to ordinary prison life. Other medical reports reached the same conclusion, describing a state of severe melancholia, crying, silence, and a desire to allow herself to die. So the question was no longer whether Christine could simply serve her sentence behind prison walls, but whether a prison was even capable of caring for someone in this condition. After reviewing Dr. Lamanche's report, the prefect of Ille-et-Vilaine decided that Christine needed to be transferred to a psychiatric facility. She could not remain in the penitentiary that did not have the resources to treat her condition, which doctors of the era described using terms such as self-punishing melancholia or schizophrenia. On May 25, 1934, Christine Papin was admitted to Saint-Meen Asylum in Rennes under the care of Dr. Pierre Guillet, chief physician of the women's unit. And Saint-Meen was not a new institution, by the way. The facility had existed for centuries, originally founded in 1627 as a refugee for pilgrims visiting the shrine. It was not until 1724 that the first mentally ill patients were admitted. And over time, it became part of France's developing psychiatric system. The Monvier Law of June 30th, 1838, which organized psychiatric care throughout France, transformed the way asylums were managed and allowed these institutions to move beyond purely religious administration toward a more medical approach. And by the time Christine arrived in 1934, psychiatry was beginning to change. The 1930s were a period where new biological approaches to mental illness were emerging, along with early forms of occupational and social rehabilitation. But many of the treatments were associated with modern psychiatric care simply did not exist yet. Psychoanalysis would not become part of the institution's approach until 1950, and effective medications for psychotic illnesses would not arrive until later. Christine Papin arrived too early to benefit from these developments. In other words, she was admitted during a period when doctors had far fewer tools available to understand or treat severe mental illness. Her care was largely focused on observation, management of symptoms, and maintaining her physical condition, not the therapies or medications that would become available in later decades. So her doctor would see Christine every day and treat her for 3 years. In addition to all the same symptoms and behaviors we've already seen, he said she was showing signs of schizophrenic progression. He also confirmed that she had not received any visitors. Her mother, Clémence, did write a letter dated August 7th, 1934, which said, "Dear Sir, I am writing to ask if you could please give me an update on the health of my daughter, Christine Papin, and whether the doctor sees any improvement in her condition. Unfortunately, she did not receive timely treatment. I am counting on you, doctor, if possible. You understand my ordeal. And if she speaks of me, her mother, sir, consider just how sorely tired I am." And regardless, I think, of where you stand on what Christine deserved at this point, this moment is difficult to read for me. Clémence writes that her daughter did not receive timely treatment, and that statement is difficult for me to sit with because the question that naturally follows for me is, how did the person who knew her best, her own mother, not recognize that suffering before it reached this point? And where was that concern before Christine reached the breaking point? Then, at the end of the letter, the focus shifts back to Clémence herself. It's not surprising. She asks the doctor to consider how deeply she has suffered, and that is what makes this letter so complicated. It does not show a mother who feels nothing. She's asking about her daughter's condition, and she wants the information. But it also reflects the pattern we have seen throughout this entire story. Even in moments centered around her daughter's pain, Clémence's own suffering remains at the forefront. And there's something deeply painful about parents who become so consumed by their own perspective and their own pain and their own feelings, or even their own needs, that they fail to see the suffering of their own children when that suffering is connected, at least in part, to the environment they themselves created. I still don't know exactly how I feel about the crime itself, in the sense, Christine, what she did was horrific, but I can't separate that and ignore the sadness and the sense of loss I feel when looking at what these two sisters endured before that night. Because before they were defendants, they were two daughters who spent years struggling. And the person who should have seen that suffering the most was the person who seems to have seen it the least. From the moment Christine arrived at the asylum, she seemed determined to let herself die. The woman who had been sentenced to death, but ultimately spared the guillotine, appeared to impose a different kind of sentence upon herself. She stopped eating and withdrew from the world, and she slowly allowed her body to deteriorate. By the end of her life, Christine had become profoundly emaciated. At the time, psychiatrists described this state as cachexia of insanity, a term used to describe the extreme physical deterioration that could occur in patients suffering from severe mental illness and prolonged refusal of food. And on the evening of Tuesday, May 8th, 1937, her decline finally ended. Christine Papin died at the asylum at 32 years old. The cause of death was noted as a pulmonary or bone condition resulting from malnutrition. Whatever you think of Léa Papin, this had to be another devastating loss. For better or worse, they had survived almost everything together. And now that connection was gone and she was forced to build a life entirely on her own. But we saw Léa adapt to prison life. The conditions were harsh and the institution's rules were severe, but records from this period described a woman who was considered calm, cooperative, and capable of work. After serving about 5 years of her sentence, Léa became eligible to request parole. In France, conditional release had been introduced by the law of August 14, 1885. It was designed to reward prisoners who demonstrated good behavior during their incarceration by allowing them to be released before the official end of their sentence. But it was not a right. It was a privilege granted at the discretion of authorities. If the person committed another offense during the remaining period of their sentence, they could be returned to prison. On January 28, 1938, Léa applied for parole. The report sent by the prefects to the public prosecutor in Le Mans painted a positive picture of her life in prison. Léa was described as being in good health and capable of working. She was assigned to the workshop producing waterproof garments, where she was considered a highly skilled worker. Her temperament was described as gentle, her behavior was considered exemplary, and officials noted that her moral character gave no cause for concern. The report also revealed that Léa had resumed contact with her mother. The two corresponded regularly and affectionately, and Clémence had promised that if Léa were released, she would provide her with both employment and housing. The prison warden supported Léa's request for parole. And while Léa waited to learn her fate, the reality of prison life continued. A letter dated February 27, 1938, reveals that although she had adapted to incarceration, the physical demands were taking a toll. Dear Sir, I'm writing to request a transfer out of workshop 2, as I find it very exhausting to be on my feet all day, and the smell of benzene bothers me greatly. Since I still have 5 years of service remaining, I would like to spend that time in a seated position. Please accept, sir, the expression of my deep respect. But despite the favorable reports, the public prosecutor rejected Léa's application for parole. After serving about 9 years and 5 months, she was released from prison in February 1943 at the age of 31. It is likely that her mother was waiting for her, as Clémence had previously promised to provide her with work and housing after her release. The two would have had to leave Le Mans behind, though, because Léa's sentence included a 20-year ban on residing in the city. Her next destination was likely Nantes, where Clémence was living at the time. And then Léa Papin disappears from the historical record. Or at least she almost did. Over the decades that followed, a few possible traces of her emerged, but none could be fully confirmed. In the 1960s, 2 people came forward claiming to have encountered the mysterious former maid of the Lansdowne household. But the details surrounding these meetings remain unclear. Both individuals reportedly promised to protect Léa's anonymity, and that promise only deepened the mystery. We know that in 1957, Léa was the person who reported her mother's death. So at the time, she was living with Clémence in Nantes and working as a seamstress from her home. Some accounts suggested that she may have lived as a chambermaid under the name Marie, but no legal documents have confirmed this. In fact, when her mother died, Léa was still signing her name as Papin. Of Clémence's immediate family, only Amélie remained, the older Papin sister who had become a nun with the Sisters of the Good Shepherd. Amelia died at the polyclinic on December 27, 1986, at the age of 84. Léa's wider family also gradually disappeared from the record. Earlier in this series, I had mentioned that I wondered whether Gustave Papin, the father, may have died during the war simply because there appeared to be no trace of him afterwards. But as I was digging deeper, I found and translated a chapter from a later work that clarified what had happened. Gustave did survive the war and was, in fact, still alive when Léa was released from prison in 1943. After divorcing Clémence, he had remarried on October 7, 1922, and had another son from that marriage. but he did die on February 18th, 1950. And then there's the question, when did Léa Papin die? And the answer is we still do not know. Over the years, there have been several alleged sightings. They are impossible to verify, as I said. There are also later claims that Léa appeared in a 2000 documentary by a respected French documentarian Claude Ventura. According to those accounts, the woman filmed was believed by some to be Léa Papin, and if true, it would mean she lived into her 90s. We have spent a significant time here at L'Histoire trying to access this documentary and verify this footage. And there are screenshots of the film, but so far I have not been able to obtain a copy. I have included the IMDb page in the description, and if anyone has access to this film or knows where it can be viewed, I would genuinely love to hear from you. While Léa's fate faded into uncertainty, the house where the tragedy unfolded remained. Renee Lancelin continued living in the home on Rue Bruyère for roughly another 20 years after the murders. Unable to sell the property immediately, he remained there and remarkably continued living with another housekeeper. Eventually, the house changed ownership several times over the years, leaving behind the memory of what had happened there decades earlier. Like so many places connected to tragedy, the house continued to exist long after the people whose lives were changed inside it were gone. Renee's financial allegations that had once attracted attention literally days before the murders were largely overshadowed by the Papin case itself, and the historical record offers little clarity about how those matters were ultimately resolved. After nearly a century of speculation, the final chapter of Léa Papin's life remains unwritten. No death date appears in the margins of her birth certificate or her official records of dossier. No document has ever definitively closed the story of Léa Papin. And perhaps, in a strange way, that uncertainty is fitting. Because this is a story that refuses to give us the answers we demand. We want closure. We want a final piece of evidence that allows us to say, now I understand. But the Papin case has never been that simple. It is a story filled with contradictions, of violence and vulnerability and responsibility and suffering and cruelty and tragedy. And perhaps that is why, nearly a century later, we are still searching for answers that may never come. There is an enormous amount that has been written about the Papin sisters. Over the decades, respected historians, psychiatrists, writers, and researchers have offered their own interpretations of what had happened. They have examined the crime through the lens of psychology, class, trauma, gender, and society. And every one of those perspectives offers something worth considering. Some are fascinating, some are thought-provoking, and some I personally find difficult to accept. But after spending so much time with this case, I found myself returning to one thing: the story itself. Because sometimes when a case becomes famous enough, the people at the center of it can disappear beneath all the theories built around them. Christine and Léa became symbols. They became arguments, and they became examples used to explain everything from class oppression to mental illness. But before they were any of those things, they were two sisters. Two women whose lives were shaped by their childhood, their family, their circumstances, and the people around them. Two women who made a choice that resulted in unimaginable violence, and two women whose lives were also marked by years of isolation, hardship, and suffering before that moment. The truth is, there is no single explanation that can neatly tie this story together. No theory that can erase what happened to those two victims or fully explain how two people arrived at such a horrific act. And maybe that is why this case has endured for nearly a century, because it forces us to sit with something uncomfortable. That human beings are rarely just one thing. A person can do something horrifying and still have a history that is tragic. A person can be responsible for their actions and still have suffered. A person can be a victim of circumstances and still cause unimaginable harm. The tragedy of the Papin sisters is not that we do not have enough theories. It is that even with all the testimony and records and analyses and all these decades of searching for answers, we are still left with two human beings we can never fully understand. And perhaps that is the closest thing to closure this story allows us. À la prochaine. See you next time.